is I am intending on giving out 2 of the keys. I'm going to check to see if we didn't get the 3rd key while the stream was going on. I doubt we did. Yeah, I'm going to give out 2 of the keys for Farm Sim that we got. We are still waiting on that 3rd key. I don't know what's taking it so long, but it's been a couple of days. And I'm like, you know what? We'll just give the other 2 out. My plan is probably about 1 hour into the stream, I'll give out 1 key, and then we'll give out the other key closer to the end. Which I also have not tested my giveaway command in a very long time, so that should be exciting. And we'll worry about trying to do the giveaway thing closer to that point. So with that said, we're going to pick up where we left off on our 0 to Hero run, which I actually should add that to a title. Give me 2 seconds. 0 to Hero continues. Temple Stage 8 begins. There we go. And make sure it's all working there. Cool, cool. But it will be one of those things that, like, the requirements I'll have for the giveaway is when I give it away, whoever is here at that time, I will need that person to respond in chat being like, yes, I want it. And then we can go ahead and take care of it from there. I'll probably have you just DM me on Discord or whatever. Yeah, you should be able to do that. You like have to join the Discord and just DM you and I'll drop you the keys. Because it'll be a key for the game itself and the DLC. The what is it, Macdon or whatever tractor. But like I said, we'll do that about 1 hour in. So we'll plan for that midnight my time. And what I'll do is I'll start the giveaway, like, let's say 10 minutes ahead of that, something like that, for people to enter. Just someone poke me on that, so if I, like, zone in on stuff, I don't just forget it. But that's over here on Twitch, by the way. So if anyone hops in and they're watching on YouTube, unfortunately I can't really make it work on both platforms. And where YouTube on the typical night I'll get between 1 and 10 viewers, on Twitch I'll have anywhere from 150 to, like, 200 plus viewers. Needless to say, I'm going to prioritize the one where people actually are. So where we left off... Oh, I need to get music going. Give me just a moment, because silence is not the best. Alright. There we go. Alright, so to catch up where we left off, we just started a brand new day. And I don't remember what we were doing. Right, we had the harvesters and all that. And let's check our production lines and just kind of catch up with what we're going on. So everything looks like it's fine here. But we were working on the temple as kind of our main focus right now. So the temple up here, for those who are not aware, each one of these maps has like a major project you work on. Right, so you already have the materials, but usually the way these work, can you only win once? Yes, you're only gonna be allowed to win once with the keys, because if I give you the full game, I don't want to give the same person the same full game. Alright, but yeah, so when we started here, this is just like a concrete foundation. I think it only went up to here, but I'm not sure. But we have been like slowly building this temple up here. It's a project for this map, but each of the new maps in Farm Sim 25 do have a project for them. So like one has a museum you build, this one has a temple. I always forget what the last one has, but fun times there. We've got that all currently in progress. I do see we've got more pallets down there of stuff, but this is nowhere near full, so I'm just going to choose to ignore it. You're hoping that was the answer? Yeah, no, generally most of the time that's going to be the way people respond. So the question is there any contracts that are like just too lucrative to ignore? I'm pretty sure when we left that was the better one, but that's fine. And the answer is no. So this month is stinky. We don't like it. I don't want it. Smells funny. Gets on your clothes, stains them real bad. So we're going to go ahead and just advance to next month and move on from there. Because we're working on the temple and we're working on that. And like right now, there are contracts that we'll be making a couple thousand extra bucks. But none of them are particularly quick to do. So I am choosing to kind of ignore that. And trying to focus more and more on doing our own crops. So new month, check out the sales. Yeah, so those are just a mulcher and all that. Nice tractor, like properly nice tractor, but not in our budget. Let's check our production lines. We're doing that in the priorities, so those are fine. We're already running low on rice, and the rest is all fine. Yeah, so the one production line, we are just burning through the rice real fast. But how full is it on the preserve stuff? Not really. Yeah, so we've got stuff there. So from here, let's check on you. Okay, so you will finish this stage today. And let's see if we can notice a considerable difference, because it does actually build as you go. Okay, there's a big difference from when we were here just the last in-game day. We went from a couple of cross beams to, like, pretty much having a full-on roof on that thing. So yeah, so in that, we've got, yeah, okay, so we got the structure of the roof. We just don't actually have the tiles on it yet from the looks of it. So yeah. So that's some real progress. So the thing to check, though, here is, what do we got for contracts today? Anything we really want to do? No. No. Yeah, I don't want to do root plants. They suck. That's not a bad harvesting one. The plowing ones are really slow. Okay, so we'll do these two, because those should be relatively fast. And I'll fetch us like an extra 5,000-6,000. So I'll knock those out real quick for a little extra money. And the next piece of land I want to get is going to run us about 111, 112,000. And that is the farmhouse and the little field just north of us. Okay, so steering assist on. Alright, it is a sunny, foggy day. Yeah, I said 10 minutes. Let's put it more to half an hour. That way if I have problems with the key giveaway, because like I said, I don't do many key giveaways. Because a lot of times when I get keys are for a bunch of games that people probably honestly don't really want or care about. So I don't bother giving those out very often. I've done once in a while where I'll have like a day where I just have a stack of keys. I'm like, hey, we're just going to give these out for anyone who wants. Half of the keys are for who knows what, if it's any good kind of game. It's just as a creator, you have pretty regularly you're giving out keys from different indie developers. One of the big challenges you run into with nowadays is a lot of developers are being pretty garbage about letting you know when a key is for a, you know, quote-unquote exclusive demo, i.e. it's just the demo. It's just, there's nothing exclusive about it. It's just the demo, or the full version of the game. And so I'm always leery about giving out keys for games I don't know and I haven't had like a really good connection with the devs on. Just because I'd feel really bad about it. So I was like, hey, here's your copy of the game, and it's the demo version. Like, that would feel legitimately not good for everyone involved, because I'd feel, you know, bad about it. The other person would feel like they got, you know, taken advantage of or whatever. I mean, not taken advantage of, it's not... Because, like, there's rules against, you know, exchanging money for key entries or anything like that. So it wouldn't be anything like that. But, you know... It'd be disappointing if you thought you got the full version of the game and find out it's just a demo. But all of that has made me more hesitant to just give stuff out. Because, like, the other one is they won't call it a demo, they'll call it the prologue version of the game. Even though it's literally the demo. With no other differences. And unfortunately, the only way I can tell if it is the demo or the prologue is to redeem the key, at which point the key's no good. Yeah, sadly, some channels do that, but glad you've not seen most channels watch. Oh, giving out the demos? Well, that's the thing, is you don't intend on giving out the demo. You think you're giving out the full version. That's one of those things I've been kind of open to developers. I'm like, if you want to make me never cover one of your games, give me a demo, but don't make it clear it's a demo. Because if I think I'm getting access to the full game of it and I plan to stream and it's the demo version, I am not covering another one of your games. Oh, raffling out to keys for subscribers or donors? Yeah, so if they require that it's pay to play, then that's literally against Twitch TOS. Now, I feel like if you gave it to subscribers only, I think that would still be against TOS. I'd have to look into that more. I'm like, if I were to bet, I would bet it's against TOS. Because that at which point effectively makes it legally a raffle. And you're not allowed to do raffles. Even if they had a gambling license? Well, that's the thing. I don't think Twitch cares about if you have a gambling license or not. I think Twitch rules say no. So it's not a matter of what the broader law is. I think Twitch made a rule that's no because of the broader law. That's one I'd have to look at, like, the nuance in, because I usually don't care about what our creators do so far as that, unless it's, like, obviously a problem and it's affecting me as well. But, I do just try and review, like, okay, here's what I need to do on my end to make sure I'm playing by the rules and not putting myself in, legal or financial trouble or whatever. There's a lot of stuff that people do on Twitch that, they get away with, but can ultimately come to get them. Like, playing copywritten music. Technically, even if you're not committing it to the VOD, you can still get struck with DMCA. It just requires a person who holds the license for the music to pop into your... Well, I don't even think it has to be the person who holds music. It has to require someone to file a DMCA takedown against you. Basically saying, hey, you're playing copywritten music. And the answer is yes, you are. Like, if you are doing that as background music and someone files, you will get the strike because you are actually doing what you're not supposed to. But the chance of getting hit with that are next to none because Twitch doesn't care. But Twitch just has to show that they're doing their part, which is why it has the muting on the VOD. That was before the DJ thing. I was just waiting because we'd had this weird silence about the copyright thing while, YouTube and everyone else is like ratcheting down super hard. And I'm like, Twitch is doing nothing. I'm like, man, I am just waiting for that message being like, okay, we're hammering this down, Disney, or I guess it'd be MGM, not Disney, MGM, or, whomever, like, big label out there, is lawyered up against us, and now I gotta knock it down. Only to find that the reason they hadn't had that issue, that we're in that weird limbo where nothing was being enforced really, was because they were negotiating the DJ thing. And so we've kind of got this weird thing on the side where there's now a legal avenue for you to play copywritten music as a DJ performance kind of thing, but you give up a pretty significant cut of your revenue to the rights holder of the music. And I was waiting when that came across that, like, if you weren't a DJ and playing it, that, again, the hammer would come down hard, which hasn't happened yet. But I've been kind of waiting for that to happen, not wanting it to happen. But, like, you've seen what's happened on YouTube and so many other platforms, how they've had to ratchet down real hard to stay in compliance with the law here in the US, which means everyone gets affected by it because that's where Twitch is based, and half these companies. If they want to keep operating in the US, which they really do, they got to play by our rules. Hey, Cyclomatic, how's it going? Which all that means is copyright safe music. We just get more of that. And that's what I do here. So you're probably going, well, what music do you play? I do play stuff that I pay a license to be able to play it, and, like, it's copyright safe and all that. which has been more and more and more of those services popping up, primarily targeting YouTube because, again, YouTube has fire in its eyes and the wrath when it comes to the DMCA stuff. Most of the time you just get slapped, it's like, here, you can't monetize, which basically means you can't keep doing it. Is you're surprised Twitch hasn't covered its butt by stopping DMCA music? Well, that's the thing that makes me curious. I'm guessing there's a bunch of negotiations happening in the background that started, like, the DMCA stuff. Do you scrub your VOD despite the license? Yeah, so I actually do not put the music on my... Like, I do not commit the music, even though I do have a license for it, to the VOD, just because, even though I have that license, I do sometimes run into stuff where it false positives as other stuff, or I can't tell you how many times when I used to use pretzel music that I would have the license for music, and I'd turn around and be like, hey, you know, this has been demonetized because, you know, you're playing this copyrighted music, and I go to YouTube and say, no, actually, I have the license to it. Here's the thing showing I got the license, to be like, oh, our bad, but you still lose that money. So it's like, okay, thanks, man. And I also had plenty of times on Twitch where some tracks, even though, again, I have the license, would get muted. And just the same, you could go in through and say, hey, I actually have that license. And they would fix it, but it's just one of those things that, like, after doing that, like, every other stream was like, you know what, I don't care anymore. Yeah, that's what most content creators who do DMCA unsafe music do. Is they do not submit it to the VOD if they know what they're doing, because otherwise you can get yourself in actual proper trouble. What service do you use for the license now? Epidemic Sound. I was using Pretzel, and Pretzel's relatively decent. I was just getting way too many false positives on Pretzel. Oh, I need to go one farther. Like, I liked Pretzel, but just the number of false positives, whatever they were negotiating with their licensing wasn't getting to everyone it needed to. Why do you still lose money? Will YouTube not remonetize the video for you? So, generally speaking, and for the record, I don't make any meaningful money on YouTube that I even care, but, generally speaking, when it does, like, the no monetization thing, my understanding is some of it won't run the same ads as otherwise, and there's a whole thing. With, I believe, a proper DMCA strike, I think it gets put into an escrow until it's resolved one way or the other. But and that's one of those things I don't know as well, to be clear, like the in and out of the financial when you take a DMCA hit on YouTube. I do know it's one of those things that you get too many strikes, your account's just deleted and gone. And they used to not have them time out, so it's like, you got your 2 strikes and then you were scared of everything. But yeah, it could be that you get your money from it, but like to this day, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, when I looked at the revenue I made on YouTube, is something like 17 cents. Whatever it was, it's like not significant enough to care. Which is actually one of the things I am trying to work on. I actually tested before stream. I'm taking my current YouTube channel and splitting it in 2. So I'm gonna have the live component and the edited content component, because just the way the YouTube algorithm works is it basically nukes you from orbit if you have more than one type of content. With a little bit of an exception of shorts. Shorts, it still does it, but also shorts, they artificially boost, so it's kind of like, alright, they do punish you on the algorithm for when people click on and immediately click off because, you know, it's long form when they wanted a short and vice versa. But at the same time, they're also artificially boosting shorts that you could use to boost the other content, so I don't really know where that winds up. But, generally speaking, very few do any amount of consistent live content on their edited video channel. Or if they do the thing where they'll do the live stream, and then the moment the live stream is done, they'll delete the VOD from the live stream so that it doesn't get them punished by the algorithm. But I'm just going to split it off into two separate ones. I've already got the second account made, and the live one is the one that's the existing one, and then the new account is going to be the edited one. I'm going to take the time to take the existing edited content and move it over, partially because it means I get to double dip on content. I mean, because I want to make sure to back it up in the appropriate place, but also because I get to double dip on content, since so much of it didn't have any numbers to start with. It gives me a little bit of buffer. And you want to edit down every VOD? Oh, I won't take the time. I don't have that kind of time. Like, that's... I stream 9 hours. Taking a 9-hour VOD and editing it down in any meaningful capacity, I wouldn't be able to sleep anymore. There'd be no time. Like, just taking the one run of Ellen Ennis and just cutting out where I would go, like, on restroom break from those, and then encoding and uploading those, I could only get, like, an episode or two done an entire day when I had a day off. Because, I mean, those were 11-hour streams back then. So harvesting, we're not doing any of these vegetable crop. Actually... Oh, wait, oh, no, you're cotton. I was going to say, if we had one of these as a really small field, there was a test I wanted to do. But I know I'm going to most likely lose the money, so as well as ones, I want to do a test in a very small field, so I'm only losing like 1,000 or 2,000. That's a pretty decent cultivating contract. How big is that cultivator? I'm basically trying to decide if I want to use my own cultivator or the one they've got. Mine's bigger. Alright, so what we'll go ahead and do is we will take that, but I'm going to accept the contract, not borrow the tools. Is there other contracts on page 2? Or is that green dot not page thing? Oh yeah, there are 2 pages, but it's contracts that are active, as in you've already agreed to them, and contracts that you haven't taken yet. So if we look here, this is the contracts I haven't taken yet. That's the contracts I've already agreed to. So that's what the tabs are. So like, think of it as like in progress and available. Yeah, because for 6,000 bucks, because this one is, I believe, 6.8 meters, so it's about 0.8 meters larger than the one they were offering me. If not, it's still 6. I know that's that much. We'll run this over there real fast. Get that field done. Just cut across here. It's not my field, not my problem. Oh, I was gonna check to see if there was any new mods before stream. It's fine. I'm actually like the mods I care about. The two I'm interested in is, again, one of those ones where I can have it just alert me when like a good's price is good. So just the whole thing where it's like, if I have hot peppers, for example, then it can be like, okay, hey, hot peppers are worth more than 1,200 today. Today's a good sell day. Because then what you can do is you can set the range. And that just means if it gets like the great price, instead of having to like go through the entire UI looking for it. You're hoping the Better Contracts mod gets updated? I have seen that there has been a bunch of contract mods on the mod hub thing that people linked me to the other day. There have been a lot of mods related to contract. A lot of them being that you can take more than 3. I haven't grabbed any of those because those ones I don't feel like I particularly need to grab, but I know a lot of people are looking for those. It's also those ones I could certainly see you wanting in multiplayer. That in multiplayer, if you have like 5-6 people and you're limited to 3 contracts, that can kind of suck. But like, cause you got 3 people working on it, everyone else is twiddling their thumbs because they're waiting for something to be available to work on. 38 is... Oh no, it's not 38. That was for the new one. It's 14 that we're going towards. I was like, am I going the wrong way? Please don't tell me I'm going the wrong way. You have a bunch of folks. You need more. But you like single player to see better info numbers on the contracts? Oh yeah, no, there's totally... Like, I can absolutely see that. But yeah, no, it's kind of the weird situation you have with Twitch and Amazon is, Twitch is a, what do you want to call it, like sub-company under Amazon or whatever now as they got acquired. So it's kind of one of those things, you could have the right holders sue Twitch, but as the catch, they're basically poking Amazon in the eye when they do that. And Amazon has its own giant music library and its own IP and copyright material and yada yada yada. Like a really, really large section. So they could poke the bear, but they have to be ready that, that could mean that Amazon's like, all right, well, you're doing this, so we're not working with you anymore. And to a lot of companies that hold right licenses and all that, Amazon is a very valuable resource. So it is, I think that's one of the only things that's kept Twitch from getting lawyered on copyright stuff, is just the whole situation there where if someone goes after one, they're going after both, and a lot of times it's just not worth it. It's the same thing that happens with a lot of... I didn't lower it. Same thing that happens with a lot of big tech companies is you'll have a tech company and someone will want to go after them for whatever, patent stuff, that kind of thing. And it's just the nature of the beast that you can do it, but you're going to potentially cost yourself more if you win, or even if you do the fight with no guarantees of winning, than if you just leave it alone. And that's not how it should be, but it is the way it works out. Because if you look at, like, nowadays when you have an actual patent fight between tech companies, it pretty much feels like this company A gets a giant stack of patents and sits it on this side. Company B gets a giant stack of patents this side, and they try and figure out who's violating who's more. And whoever's stack ends up, like, more valuable, bigger in the long side wins the patent suit. Because not running afoul of patents for products that side is extremely difficult, which is a whole big issue that there is not enough oxygen in this room to cover. It's the thing that, like, patents aren't in a good place right now, but how do we fix it is a hotly debated thing. Because completely nullifying all patents has a lot of negative effects. At the same time, trying to actually properly because, like, the issue is having, you want new novel ideas that people are coming out with and wanting to execute on and everything. You want to afford them a certain amount of protection to have the opportunity to do that. Because otherwise what would happen is you would come up with a new idea and immediately the big company would just swoop in and just make your idea without your authorization, and you've done all the work for them and you got nothing for it. But at the same token, you've got issues where people will make patents and then bury them, and just, with no intention of doing anything, to effectively keep that technology out of the world for however long that patent's good for. And patents do expire. That is the one blessing of patents, is once you've filed a patent, it's on borrowed time. That eventually that patent expires and it's free for everyone to use. But in the interim, they have rights to it, and they can sell those rights to other people, and yada yada. But you have a lot of people who file frivolous patents for stuff that makes no sense, i.e. Apple, the page turn animation patent, because they wanted to make their thing have like an animation that the page turns, which is fine. But then went after, like, was it Kindle? Who added a page turn animation when they went to like their other thing and sued Kindle for it. I believe they lost, like Apple lost that one because like Kindle made the arguments like this literally replaces books. Books have a page turn because one of your arguments you can do to get a patent nullified is like if it is just a natural logical progression. So like if you have like a window and I came up with a patent to making the window twice as thick. And there was something, then like it'd be like, well, obviously it's a known thing that it's a cost assessment thing to make the glass thicker. That patent's nullified because it's just a very obvious thing moving forward. Whereas like using a different material in a novel way to make a better capacitor than we've seen before isn't as obvious. And that's arguably patentable. Like, and that would be a good use of patent. That the person who has the rights to that should make some money for that discovery for some period of time. And people argue what the period of time is, where that line is between what should and shouldn't be patentable and all that. But we do run to a situation where the patent office is overwhelmed and understaffed. And as a result, we get a lot of sloppy patents. A lot of stuff that really should never be approved gets by. And it's also, they're not experts in everything. They do have some expert input, but again, stretched too thin. Because you can turn a book page, so can Kindle? Yeah. I mean, that's basically what the argument was, and like I said, I'm pretty sure Apple lost that one, or they settled or dropped it, but basically that it didn't go through. Like, I don't know how it actually concluded. But it was one of those ones that... Because that was one of the patents that got out to public, and just people absolutely eviscerated Apple over it, and Apple's just like... Like, the PR nightmare here is not worth trying to keep this patent. We're a bit off topic. Do you have a plan to play Microsoft Flight Simulator? So that's one of the ones I was on the fence for. I did request a key, and if I receive a key, I will play it. But if I don't get a key, it's a little bit of a harder sell. It is different enough from my normal content, and then there is the time of setting up all my peripherals to fill out the desk, that it is one of those ones that you kind of go like this. Where do you get these guidelines? So if you hold the button for hiring a helper, you get this UI here. And so this is for customizing how the AI works. But you also have the second tab here called Steering Assist. And that's what you're looking at right here is Steering Assist. And so what this is doing is it's not full autopilot like the helper does. What this does is it will, like, I line it up with a little white line that'll turn orange when I'm lined up with it, and then I hit the button like you'd hire a helper, and it locks me on that line. So it doesn't fully control it. Like, you'll notice this line just terminates over here. My tractor will just keep going straight right into that canal. I don't know what you'd call that. But then I'm manually taking over here. So lock it there, do this, lock it there. And you can tell when I'm locked onto it because the line will turn green. And then the blue lines on the outside is telling me how wide the tool is on the back. Or front, I guess. Just how wide the tool is. Which is very, very helpful, especially, like, even if you don't want the autopilot, it's still great to turn that on when you're doing something like the fertilizer spreader or the lime spreader, because it can be really hard to eyeball exactly where you've gone with that and how wide the next one's going to be. But by having the lines where you can just follow that middle line and you'll be on the money every time, even if you're not autopiloting it, that will 100% save you all those weird, oh, I'm a little too far in. Another mod, Bites of Dust? Yeah, so this is basically the GPS mod incorporated into it, and you can do some really fancy stuff with this. So like if you're playing with friends, you can actually tell these to skip lines and all that, same with the AI workers. So that's kind of neat. The thing I want to test, this is part of this is part of why I want Farm Sim 25 instead of 22. Yeah. So you've got a lot of these things. Like the AI got improved a lot on the workers, And I've heard a couple people saying that, you know, they've had better... I haven't heard anyone say they have worse experience with the AI. I have had people who have felt the AI doesn't feel that much better. From my personal experience so far interacting with the worker AI, well, the worker AI is still not the sharpest tool in the shed. They definitely do some stuff that you kind of scratch your head and go, I really don't know what you're doing. But they do ultimately get the job done. It's still better than 22, because in 22, like, you handed them a sprayer, and they would go about 2/3 of the field, one stripe, they'd throw their hands in the air, and they go, job's done. And you'd be like, fine, I'll just do it myself. And you had lots of those kind of issues. I've not run into that in this one. Now, granted, I haven't gotten a chance to test all the different things. There could still be things that are problematic, like maybe the giant sprayer is still a problem. But see, you had a couple of game locking bugs with the AI in 25. When you're saying game locking bugs, are you saying like the AI gets stuck and you gotta, you know, kind of kick the AI off and do it yourself kind of thing? I know doing the root plants is still a terrible experience with the AI, but that's more indicative of the root plants equipment. Had to use Task Manager to kill the process. Ooh, I haven't run into any of that. That would be no good. If you haven't, I would definitely report that to, I would definitely, you know, hop onto the Giant Software forums and report that. Because that's the first I've heard that one. And also, insert the, you know, if you're running mods, try without the mods nonsense, but I would be surprised since not many mods resist. I think it had to do with a perpendicular rows in a field with an L-shaped. You did report it? Cool. Yeah, so you got like an odd field shape, and it just seems for some reason the AI runs that specific odd-shaped field, throws its hands in the air, and kills the task. Like maybe if it's killing the, like a kill task needs to be necessary, like maybe it's running into some logic loop where it's trying to pathfind and just looping over itself about what to do or something. Yeah, that's the first I've heard. That's pretty bad though. I mean, that's the thing that happens. That's actually one thing that I you'll hear people who will like really give a stink being like, why did people not test their games? And it is one of those things that you'll hear that and you look at like what bug they're complaining about, and it's like, man, I can understand that bug getting by. Like these days you can tell the companies who like didn't properly test their games because it'll launch and like no one's game will work. Or like the oh man, there was a game not too long ago, I don't remember which one it was, that it released and they had like one of their main story missions you couldn't finish. Like I mean KSP was a hot mess. Yeah, I'd agree to that being not properly tested. But it was like literally they had one of their main story missions that you could not physically finish the game without completing. And it didn't work. There wasn't a single way to make it finish. They had, like, you had to wait for the update. And I was like, that's... You want me to let you know how I know you didn't test your game? Did anyone bother to play through the game and reach the ending? You should probably be able to do that. Yeah, I didn't get bit by that one, but it was definitely a major uproar for a while. Well, yeah, no, I'm a software developer, but yeah. That's it's one of the pros and cons. When it comes to testing and software, there's many different types of testing. The smallest form of testing, as in the most laser focus, is what's called unit testing, which is instead of holistically testing the entire application together, you test each little individual component to make sure each individual component in isolation does what it's supposed to do. That if I go and I have an object and I need to know how much it's going to bounce when it falls, and there's that calculation that says here's the mass, here's the elasticity, here's the gravity, put these together, get the formula for bounce, that I have unit tests that run just against that one mathematical formula and says, here was the input, I'm expecting this output, with a couple different values and all that, to make sure that one thing in isolation works. And that's a unit test. And then the next one up from that, and there's a couple different ways you can do it, but usually after that you start getting to what's referred to as an integration test. Integration test is doing the thing that you'd actually be like, okay, let's make sure this bounces how much, and you take the ball and you drop it in the game engine and see it bounce, and like get the numbers and all that to make sure that works. So for the entirety of this one function in the game, you've gone through the whole thing. And that's usually an integration test. And then there is nuanced tests that go in between there. And that is one of the places that companies will get themselves in trouble, is either A, they will do just integration tests and no unit tests, and that can get you into trouble because that's where you can have problems existing in your code that are obfuscated or effectively worked around by other parts of your code. And so everything seems fine, but then you hit those edge cases where those bugs that you've gone undetected come out to rear their ugly head, and now your tractor's like, you know, stuttering and like shooting into the sky out of nowhere because there's some calculation that's just imploding. But then there's the other way around where people just do nothing but the unit tests and never integration tests. So every piece of the code works in isolation, but the moment you put it together, you just, you know, you go to hook the tractor to the cultivator, and then the cultivator just poofs out of the game, or like the both of them do, and the game locks up because going from this segment of the code to the next segment doesn't work. But that's not really a good example. But you get the idea. Is it should do the whole thing, and all the individual pieces work, but it doesn't work in its completion. As you beta tested EverQuest, you found so many bugs. You played the game in ways that they never considered, and often they would get the "You are the only one to report this. What on earth were you doing?" And you'd email them back and explain. Yeah, no, I've been a pretty good tester in games I've tested in the past. I can't talk about any of the games I've tested lately, for various reasons that I won't disclose. But I got to, what was it? Oh man, was it Warcraft 2 I got to beta test? Which I shouldn't have because I was a kid. But, you know, I knew people who knew people. So I didn't know people at Blizzard, but I knew people who knew people at Blizzard and convinced them to send me a copy. I didn't report hardly anything. I was a kid. I should not have had access to that. But I definitely got to test a whole bunch of stuff and like really weird stuff. EverQuest never fixed the bug? They did in the closed beta. It was a hot mess before open beta. Yeah. Like, I know I've done a lot of betas, like, just in general, but usually those weren't, like, exclusive things. That's only been... It's weirdly only been since I've been a content creator that I've started getting access to stuff way before others do sometimes. That they're like, hey, do you mind testing this? You actually had closed beta EQ? They never fixed anything you reported. Had to pay $5 to the CD. Yeah, I don't remember if I had to pay for like shipping or whatever for Warcraft 2. I don't remember what that was. But yeah, there's definitely been some games that I've done like their beta version, reported bugs. And it's usually been pretty good. Like, usually it'll be report like 20, 30, 40 bugs or whatever it boils down to. Like all depending on how thorough and, you know, how much you are testing the same things that ours are testing. And so there's a lot of stuff that like I found that did get patched. Because usually a lot of the stuff I end up finding is, hey, if you do this, you can glitch out this animation. Hey, if you do that, you know, the character's bind points and all that don't work right. Hey, you can push yourself through terrain here and get yourself stuck. Hey, you can fall through the terrain there if you do this. Hey, if you do this random combination of moves that you probably never should do because it makes no sense, you can get the character to glitch to go, you know, do all sorts of stuff. Hey, if you do this, you know, this thing and that thing, you can animation cancel. There's a really loud sound effect that's supposed to go for it that you're only supposed to be able to do once every 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. But if I do it really fast, I can make chain explosions that everyone hears endlessly to just absolutely drive them up the wall. Every expansion, you made it a point to get outside the world in every new zone. Yeah, to be fair, that's usually not hard to do. Like, I remember doing that in World of Warcraft in their, like, release version and everything many times. Like, I remember going to what would be the Caverns of Time way before you're supposed to be able to. Which, you know, that one became kind of an openly known one. I remember glitching into the, it was one of the short-lived dungeons that it was in that little grayish dead zone for a while that was like in a crypt-looking thing. And I remember glitching into there a couple of times to show people. One of the bugs you found caused the EQ server I was on to crash. They definitely fixed that one. You picked a bunch of flowers, wandered into a weird area, and then wandered around there. Was no more graphics. And then the server crashed. Yeah, Karazhan Tower basement. Yeah, I remember glitching in there before you were supposed to be able to get in there. And the problem was you'd glitch in there, and that was really hard to get yourself back out. You had to, like, Hearthstone. That's the same with the time, like the Caverns of Time. Both those, once you got down there, it was very tricky to get back out, so you'd have to Hearthstone back out of there a lot of times. Alright, Psychomatic, you have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. I do enjoy... Because part of the reason I try and look at, like, animation canceling style bugs in a lot of games is just a lot of those where you can get some, like, really terrible things happen. Because there's a lot of time you have sounds bound to a time frame in the animation to play. So, like, you know, a character, like, snaps a whip and there's, like, the little snap at the end of it. And then if you can figure out how to, like, animation cancel and repeat it, you just have to go snap, 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 and everyone around you hates it. So I like to find those very early on and report them so that I don't have to deal with them myself later when I'm playing. Yeah. Buggy games that never get fixed in a meaningful capacity. I've done that plenty. There were a lot of bugs in Ultima Online I remember people abuse the crap out of. Which also used to frustrate me, because that one dying really sucked. And you'd have people, like, you know, exploit using bug abuses to, like, max out their XP or get themselves to be effectively invulnerable temporarily. And all sorts of shenanigans in between. Or there was one for a long time where you could make it where I would have line of sight on you, but you wouldn't have line of sight on me. Despite me supposed to, like, actually, they neither should have line of sight on each other, but just through bugs, making it so I could effectively attack you through a wall. And you'd report them and they get banned, but with how overpowered that was, you'd have people who just spin up an account after account after account, they get banned and just go right back to doing it the next day. Which is always one of those things with MMOs and subscription-based stuff and things where you have to, like, buy copies of the game. That's so many of those. There's almost an incentive on the game developer to not deal with those and just ban people because they keep buying the game again and again, so you're just making an extra 15, 20, 30 bucks every single time you ban them, so it shouldn't be that way, but it kind of is. Is it for context? Rual, alchemy was a crafting skill that was impossible to level for, like, the first 3 expansions to a point where people reporting it would get banned. The devs were tired of hearing about it. That's crappy. Because especially when someone would, like, report it, not realize there's, like, this whole big drama around it. So you'd be like, oh, I'm helping the game be better, let me report it. Oh. So you'd have like two, let's just say kelp as an ingredient. So you have two kelp, but one was like ID 13, the other was like ID 47. So they looked the same, they had the same name, but like the ID on the back end was different. What game are you talking about? That is EverQuest. I have not personally played it. At the time, I played Ultima Online, and they kind of were like big around the same time frame. Most people I knew either played one or the other. So I finished the contract, we'll get this back. EverQuest is before your MMO time? Yeah, for a lot of people, like MMOs didn't really like mainstream on any real level till World of Warcraft. Like World of Warcraft was definitely nowhere near the first MMO. Like not even by the longest stretch.
What's the worst that could happen?
But yeah. Let's see, your dad paid 2 extra phone lines so we could play MMOs. Yeah, no, with my parents, my dad got an extra phone line for, we had the house line, and then we also had the, he had his office line. Oh yeah, no, I had a really big lunch, so I even told Tim, I was like, don't worry about me for dinner, like, I'm gonna still be full. You start with Neverwinter Nights on AOL? Yeah, no, Ultima Online would be my first actual MMO. But I played that for a long time. And I think I played that... I'd have to look at the release dates for EVE Online and World of Warcraft. Because I started EVE Online during its beta. And World of Warcraft I got into just a little bit... I think it was a couple of months after its release. So it's still vanilla right at the beginning, but not right at the beginning. I think World of Warcraft was first. Your mom was a sysop for BBS and played text-based games? It is pitch black. You might have been eaten by a Gru. Neverwinter Nights shut down before Ultima Online came out? Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, all depending on how you define massively multiplayer games, they've been around for a very, very long time. But you'll have people like, no, well, World of Warcraft is the first modern MMO. It's like, you just went ahead and made yourself a new line in the sand just so it could be first. I understand. Like, don't get me wrong, World of Warcraft did a lot of things for the MMO genre that they were the first in so many, good and bad. Like, there is a lot of credit due to World of Warcraft for making MMOs mainstream, getting a lot of tech that we have carried forward for ages and ages. Again, both good and bad. Like, they came up... I don't think they were the original creators of the daily quest, but they were the ones who popularized it, which is both a curse and a blessing. For me, personally, I don't like daily quests. You know, you feel like WoW changed the game? Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. WoW 100% changed what MMOs were. Okay. Yeah, so you're still working on that. So do that. Let's see. What was good timing for you in the US? It was out around the same time as becoming more common for people to have dial-up, move off dial-up to ADSL. Yeah, and that was the same kind of thing as well. Like, it was around the time that broadband became available. Tech-wise, there were plenty of MMOs out there. WoW had the advantage of world building behind it. Yes, I would agree with that. Because, like, when you played Ultima Online, there was, like, lore and story and everything in the game. But if you ask half the people what the heck the lore was, they'd look at you and be like, the what now? The who? We're in Britannia and there was a king or something. I don't really remember past that because no one really cared. Alright, so I don't really care about... Look, you need to stop giving me these actually decent contracts. I'm gonna skip it. That's fine. Was there anything we needed for these? Are we still good at the sawmill? Nothing getting full. All right. You miss the way you felt about playing EverQuest and WoW back when you had games with friends with? That's, I go back and forth at different times, where I'm like, man, I'd really like an MMO to get into. And then you think about, like, the daily quests and the reputation grinds and all that, or whatever your equivalent of that system. Every game had something of that nature. Like, every one of them. It'd be different. Like, some of them was a money grind, some of them was a reputation grind, whatever it was. They all had it. But just you get to that part and be like, you know what, maybe I don't want an MMO. Problem with MMOs nowadays, there's no longer a discovery involved. Yeah. Okay, so we need more wood. We're getting to the point where we're gonna need water. Still got a while till we can plant our rice again. That's not till April. Contract-wise, I mean, that's a good contract there, but we'll worry about that in a minute. Before I hop up there, we're about to have an ad break real fast, and I need to use the restroom in a big way, so I'm going to use the restroom real fast. It is also the time that I am going to... Okay. Because I was like, oh right, the giveaway. So let me see what the heck command I need to do for the giveaway. Because I don't do these very often, so I always forget what I need to do for these. I thought I have a... Yeah, so I have a giveaway command that's currently disabled. Let's enable that. Let's make sure this is the right command. Okay. I think I've got this set up. So... what's gonna happen here is I'm gonna do give away start. We are giving away a key for Farm Sim 25 and the first of its DLC. I shouldn't say this while we're in the ad break. I'll repeat it when we get back, but we are gonna be giving away a key for Farm Sim 25 and the, was it McDonald's DLC that comes with that. You have to do exclamation mark, giveaway space, enter. And I'm going to repeat all of this once we get done with the ad break. I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'll repeat the giveaway info after the ad. I don't know for sure if it is the Steam version or not. I think it is the Steam version, but I won't swear to it. I believe it is the Steam version. Well, actually, will it tell me? I'll deal with that in a minute. I need to use the restroom, and I'll be back here in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. Get out of my way, man. I messed it up. Don't be bitten. No! No! First shot was a complete dud. Here goes the anti-grain. Target sighted and target dealt. Oh. I need to not be holding the button if I do that. But yeah, so it is. Why did I go to the moon? I don't understand. Why? All right. The ad break is just about to be done. I wonder why it's picking that clip. Like that clip with the car going in the roof. That's one of the really old clip on the channel. It's one of my very first sponsors. So bear with me for just 2 seconds. I'm going to double check to see if this is the Steam version or not, because people did ask, and I'm not 100% sure. Let's see if you'll tell me here real fast. Don't play that clip. Yeah, no, it doesn't say. It just says Farming Simulator 25 plus Holland Gold CR 11 edition thing. So it doesn't really clarify what it is. So let's check here. In the meantime, is there another version? So Giant Software has its own standalone store. It's not like a whole third-party launcher. It's just you get the executable and it's a standalone version. I would guess that this is the Steam version, but I don't know that 100% for sure. Let me go down to where we have the keys and see if it's like, you know, redeemed as on Steam or something like that. Because we have the first one here. Yeah, it is a Steam key. I can verify it is a Steam key. It is, in fact, a Steam key. So it is the Steam version of the game. All right, let me not have that on my screen in case I accidentally flip to that or something. But we're going to let that run for, let's say, like another 5-10 minutes because I started during the break. But if you didn't catch what we're doing, is we do have a giveaway going on for Farming Simulator 25. Plus, it was one of the DLC for it that just came out, which is just like an extra tractor or whatever. So we've got that giveaway going on. It's the Steam version of the game. I currently have 2 keys to give away. I've got another key I'm waiting on that I've already done what I need to get it. It just hasn't arrived, and I'm tired of waiting. So I'm doing that giveaway. So we're doing this one as like the first hour-ish that we are in Farm Sim, and then we'll do another giveaway right when we get, like, not wrap up at the very end, but like that last hour-ish, we'll give out a second key, which will be the 2 keys I have. So I'm going to let everyone enter. The only requirements you will have is you'll need to be here when I draw the key. That way I confirm that it's actually a person doing it, because there are actually bots who will just literally hop in and do the whole thing. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. You don't need to be subscribed. You don't need to be followed. You don't need any of those extra things to qualify. None of that's required. The thing I am going to probably ask you to do is I will ask you to hop in the Discord just long enough to shoot me a DM and be like, hey, it's me, whoever, or whatever. Actually, maybe I don't even need to do that. Let me... No, we'll do that. Just that way I can, like, have the DM there so I can make sure I get the key to you and all that. The only thing I'm sitting there going is, like, how do I verify... Like, don't DM me if it's not you. Because then it has to be a whole big hassle. I can probably do it on Twitch itself. Let me get that ready. Let's mute myself here, because I usually don't have my DMs. Yeah, we can whisper. You can, like, yeah, no, it's fine. We could just do like, we'll do a whisper when it comes time for to give the key out. We could just do a whisper on Twitch. That way I don't have to worry. Yeah. That's what I was gonna say, is I usually don't have Twitch itself open the whole time while I'm streaming. I usually have like mod view and that kind of stuff. And so I don't always have access to my DMs easily there. But I got it up and ready so I could hop over real quick. But yeah, so let that run. We'll say 20 after at my time. We're at 10 after. So 10 more minutes that people will be able to enter that drawing. And then we'll do the drawing. And the only thing you need to do is when you're here, if your name gets drawn, you'll have like a minute or so to be like, yeah, I'm here, it's me, I want the key. Anything of that nature. And as long as you do that, you'll get DM'd the key, and it'll be 2 keys, one for the game itself, and then one for the DLC. If you lay down, can your husband pretend to be you? As long as it's the same username or whatever. Like, because otherwise they won't get drawn. Basically, as long as the name I draw is the person, it's like, it's me. Because obviously if you say, it's me, and it's someone totally different, I'm going to be like, haha, nice try. Because I'm going to assume it's someone pretending to be the person who won. Why am I grabbing this? I need the winch, not this thing. I've been fortunate I haven't run into that kind of thing very often. But it wouldn't surprise me, people trying to pull that kind of thing. That was the reason why with the Discord thing is like, all right, hang on a second. Like, I'm sure I could make it so you have to like verify your Discord with your Twitch account and, you know, join the server and yada 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 and all that kind of stuff. But I'm like, man, I know I wouldn't want to do it all, so I can only assume others wouldn't want to either. Now, granted, it's a $50 game, so you know, for $50 I'd be willing to put up with it. Alright. So let's go grab this tree we cut the other day. Drag that over to the sawmill. Yep, that'll work. And it's okay if you're going to give it to a friend or whatever. My only ask is you do not put it on a key selling website because that can make me look bad. And then I might stop getting keys. And that wouldn't be very fun. And it's not nice to ruin it for everyone else. Especially when you're going to get like pennies for the value. So, you know, maybe don't do that. Not that I think the people who are frequently here would do stuff like that, but just putting it out there, don't drop on a key seller. That can get your account suspended. Pretty unlikely, but technically it can. Like, it wouldn't get me suspended. I can be like, hey, I gave it away, I can show that I gave it away, and yada yada. Alright, so we've got all this. Let's check out all of our other stuff here and what we need for things going on. So we probably do need to empty out our sawmill. That's getting kind of full. This is all fine for right now. The large tarp is fine. Okay. So let's check real quick on the temple, because we should be at our next phase. It's doing that thing where it wants one singular would-be more. Oh yeah, and trying to enter like a dozen times won't change anything. Like, don't spam. No one's doing it yet, but like, the way I have the giveaway, you just get your name on the list. If you keep entering and entering and entering, you still get your name on the list once. I think it'll even respond to you like you're already in the queue or whatever. Try to keep an eye on time. So 6 more minutes and then we'll do the drawing. Oh yeah, no, you're good. I wasn't trying to say you. It was just the classic being like, hey, there's not like this won't be a gameable thing. Oh, was there any sales? There is, but not one on Grand Grab. I already have a better tractor than that one. And yeah, I know I could actually have put in the title that, like, key giveaway and yada yada yada. And that would help me pick up viewers in that. I personally... The way I view that is people who join channels just for the giveaway are not the viewers I necessarily want around, because when I'm not doing a giveaway, there's very unlikely they'll be back. If that's what they're here for. So it is just kind of one of those kind of things. And so I'd rather reward the people who are here anyways and be like, by the way, you're here hanging out and having a good time, and bonus. Oh, and I should probably check with YouTube chat. YouTube, if you're hearing me say that, unfortunately, I cannot do the drawing through YouTube. Let me see if there are people talking over there. They're not, so it's not a problem. But yeah, so if anyone is over YouTube and they're like, oh man, I really wish I could join that giveaway, it is only happening on Twitch just because technical reasons with bots. Getting a bot to be split between both platforms and consume the information from both platforms in a way that actually works. I have yet to find out a way I can get it to work consistently and reliably because YouTube is so much stuff. So it is one thing. I'm not deliberately trying to exclude you, but due to technical limitations, you are kind of being excluded. If you enjoy live streams, very genuinely, the experience of Twitch is way better than YouTube. For recorded video, obviously the opposite. Alright, so let's grab our lumber and load that up for taking to the temple. So you're saying it's rigged, it's a joke? Yep, no, obviously, so like there's literally nothing that gives you anything else. Like if you're subbed, you don't get 2 tickets, nothing like that. Everyone at the absolute most gets one whatever you want to say, ticket, entry, call it what you want. One opportunity, one shot. Okay. Breaks out M song? Yeah, I was making a reference. This is everything you ever wanted. One moment. Yep. It's kind of weird that the everything you ever wanted happens to be Farm Sim 25 and it's DLC. And that's ever wanted, so that would be like over the course of your entire life. So like elementary school, you were sitting there going, man, I really want that Farm Sim 25. I know Farm Sim doesn't exist yet, but you know what? I'm sure the 25th version will be my favorite. Well, not 25th version, the 2025 release version. You know what I'm saying. All right. We got 1 more minute. So if you're not entered and you want a chance to win Farming Simulator 2025, 25, not 2025, 25, which is the current version, and you want to win it, you can only do it if you go !giveaway space enter. And then that includes the DLC that comes with it. Well, that includes a DLC that comes with it. We're going to go ahead and do that here in just a moment. Basically, the moment I get this loaded up. So you got your last chance to get your entries in. If you do not have your entries in before then you don't win. That's kind of how that works. I mean, it's pretty obvious that if you don't participate in a competition or an entry or whatever you want to call this thing, you can't win it. Would you? The game's just trying to give you an extra chance to enter. Alright, so here we go. And as a reminder, when I do this, you gotta say something in chat, and then I will DM you the key once you have said something in chat. So giveaway, let me double check my commands because I think it's giveaway space draw. But I do this very rarely, so I gotta double check my commands. So it's giveaway space draw. Cool. The giveaway space draw. And so the person who won it is Tova Nader. So if you can go ahead and pop over here and just drop in anything in chat, just confirm you're here. You have said something in chat. All right, so bear with me for just a second, because I will need to grab your keys. And so you're going to get 2 keys. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to copy this whole big block. So keys will be in this. So let me go to the DMs here. Actually, where's your name? There's your name. Because it's much easier for me to click your name. So Whisper. And you should be getting a DM. Make sure you got the right person. Double, triple checking. Cool. So you should have both the key for the game and that DLC in there. I'm now going to unflag that email so I don't accidentally try and give out the same key twice, because that would be bad. And we will have another drawing later. That. Yep, I did see a response. I'll have that window closed because I'm going to be busy doing my other stuff. All right, but that'll be 1 key given out. Excellent. And so now what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go give away close. Because we will be doing another giveaway later. It'll be towards the end of my stream. So probably about an hour before the stream ends, we'll have another giveaway. Same thing as the first one. Because I want to do one towards the beginning, one towards the end. That way, you know, like, people in different time zones or different watching schedules all have a chance. Yeah, so Adams, I think you literally just missed it. Wasn't your first message just a moment ago? Yeah, you tuned in like right after the first giveaway, but there will be another giveaway. But like I said, it'll be another giveaway right near the end of stream. We'll make it about an hour before the end of stream. I'm going to put this on first, and I'll come back for that. It's only 7 a.m. here? Yeah, but that's the whole reason why I wanted to do them 2 separate times instead of all at once. Because that way you'll have people who can catch, like, if you're US time zones, you can probably catch the beginning of me playing Farm Sim. But a lot of people will have to be up too early in the next day to stay for the end of Farm Sim. So they have an opportunity to tune in. And just the same as for people like, you know, who are over in Europe, who this might be the wee hours of the morning for them. Gives them a chance. Yep, nah, for those who don't know how to activate, all you gotta do is go into Steam, and there's under the Games tab, like the Games thing at the top, there'll be activate a Steam game or something like that, and you just drop those in there. I think you'll have to do the base game first, then the DLC, but I actually don't know what happens if you try to do a DLC without the base game. Yeah, it's ad game. It's straightforward when you find it, it's just finding it the first time. I totally understand people being like, I don't know where this is. Let's pop in here and latch that in first. Because I'm having a feeling we're pushing some stuff around. There we go. Just had to, like, really wiggle it a little bit. No. Stay. There you go. Yeah, now these ones are Steam keys. I did double check. That tractor looks old school. It was a real inexpensive tractor. For what I was getting. It's 230 horsepower and it cost me just under 100,000, and that was not on sale. That's just the amount it costs. Alright, so I got a bunch of goodies to sell here. Is this one of those ones I want to sell at a different time, though? We have the rice rolls. I mean, that's still... Like, you look at this chart and it's like, oh my god, it's such a difference. And then you look at it and go, oh, that's 60 bucks. And the Gold Crest Valley is nearly that price. So the Goldcrest Valley or whatever is almost at that exact price. And then the other thing we'd be selling is the kimchi. Which again, it's $17 difference. Yeah, no, I feel like, I wonder if they reduced that or it's just something else. Because it definitely was in the other game that you'd have some of your products, you'd sell it, and if you sold it off-season, it would be an well, I guess it's probably the crops. That when you're selling the crops, because you're selling them in, you know, like you might sell 100,000 liters of a crop in one go, so yeah, it's only like $60 different, but times 100 or whatever. It cumulatively does add up to quite a bit. So I'm just going to drop them at the farmer's market and call it a day. Because that'll be conveniently along the way I'm going to go anyways. Wait a second. That's not how physics worked. I'm not sure if you saw what I just did. I had the forks tang in here. And I was like, oh, the other tang's hitting this, so I can't quite get there. So I went to narrow the tangs together, and it just slid the one out from underneath there. I'm like, but that's solid. That's not how that works. You can't just do that. I'm not complaining, actually. It was just one of those things you look at and go, wait a second. This isn't right. Physics is doing what it wants. Pretty much. Why do all these things have to be in a terrible position for me to pick up? It's a good trick, now I know it. Yeah, I feel like it's only going to have limited use, but it's still not a bad thing. There we go. Get our next box, pile it up. Let's make ourselves a little bit more money. I should also check, were there any contracts I could just cut an AI loose on while we wait? Not the harvesting because it's raining and I don't feel like waiting at. And that transport contract is a good one, but that is one you can't have the AI do. I'd have to do that personally. Which I might. All right. So we get a bunch of rice rolls to sell. Let's lock those in. Because the moment I unstrapped it, it started to tip out, and then we restrapped it to catch it real quick. Alright. So we got some kimchi, we got some rice rolls. This is a much better use of a rice than we've been doing before. Looks like that might be the last kimchi, because I'd have expected another one to show up if there's more in there. Okay, like I said, we're going to drop this off at the farmer's market, get paid, and roll on to the next one. I imagine what's going to ultimately happen with that greenhouse is it does look like it automatically drops everything off of the preserving place, but it is building up what's internally inside of it. I think there's a good chance that what'll ultimately happen is when we're on the other side of this, it'll get full and I'll just need to drop this out. Let's see. I'm hoping this will just tip forward and fall into place. Yeah. So get you out of the way. All right. So time to drop this off at the farmer's market. We could sell the 3,000 liters worth of rice rolls and the 2,000 liters worth of kimchi at the local farmer's market. And then we've got about 6,000 liters worth of various types of lumber to sell. If we're a wobbling, just take it nice and easy for a moment. We're both unbalanced and top heavy. I saved it. So we are definitely more heavy on the right side. So just got to be careful about that. That was close? Yep. To be fair, if it would have rolled, it would have sat on its side. I've had to got the forklift, and it would just make things take longer than they need to. And once we drop all of this off, it'll be top heavy, and all the weight will be misdistributed on the left side. But that shouldn't be too bad, comparatively speaking, because at least be less weight we're talking about. Not as high over our center of gravity. Or won't have raised our center of gravity that high. And here's where you gotta be real careful. Because if I roll it into the ocean, it's not coming back. It's not the first time that I've had issues with that corner. This is truth. I want the extra slick tires versus extra grippy tires, so that way I just slide sideways as opposed to rolling. Just do a real proper hydroplane instead. But that's fine, because we are here. And so we sold some goodies. We sold kimchi, and I don't remember what else we sold. Oh. We sold the rice rolls. Because I'm curious, because like a lot of this stuff is supposed to show up on the shelves. But unfortunately, not the kimchi or the rice rolls. I think it's all the greenhouse stuff. So if we do like all the mushrooms and all that, we could sell all the greenhouse goods and then get that place loaded up. And that'd be good. I didn't even bother paying attention. How much money did we make from that? It looks like we made 10,000 or something like that in that ballpark. But I wasn't watching carefully, like somewhere between 7 to 10,000. Just over 7,000? Gotcha. Hey, I mean, that's not bad. That's more than we were making with the rice. We're making 2.4k with our one tiny little field. Granted, it also had the kimchi mixed in there as well, so that's not super exciting either, but still, it's profit. And then we can drop this off, and this should take us into phase 9 of the temple. And we don't know how many phases there are, other than we have done a lot of them. That's the spicy turn. I am top heavy on the left side. Okay, so we're good for right now. So we can get away with a lot with turning right, but turning left they gotta worry about. No, wait, I have that backwards. Hey, that's the nondescript Asian economy for you. High supply, low demand. So there's a time you're just getting... Yeah, no, it's just saying we're getting like 2.4k for a field of rice. Is the rain doing changes to adherence of vehicles? When it is raining, you will actually get a little bit of slide and all that. That's actually, if you have a lot of weight and you stop when it's snowing outside, you will slide forward a little bit more than you would normally. They don't have, like, full-on hydroplaning, like your car skids sideways or anything like that, but it does affect the movement of the car. Alright, so there's another 11,000. So you want planks long, and I already have 4,000 in there. So, with that, we need, what is it, 8? So we can go ahead, and that's one of those ones that's been costing me like 1 extra. So that's good news. So we got you built there. That to me looks like that one's done. So I'm hoping these next couple phases will just be basically build the rest of them. We'll see. Alright, so yeah, so I need 8 things of long planks. I'm gonna grab 9. Unless I happen to have another one right about to spit out at the sawmill. Actually do. So I'm gonna get 8. Because then with the 8, I could get that done. And then I'll want to grab the ones, you know, the next in-game day to sell anyways. And that's going to take me more than 1 in-game day to finish that. Why does the fog here look like a forest fire? Now we're back to normal fog. Alright. Then grab 8 things of long planks. Because now I'm worried that I'm losing track, but I think we're in phase 9 now that we've just started. Because it does look like as long as I have the resources, I can usually get 2 or so phases done per stream, but it depends. Because like we had the one where it was like 24 stacks of beams, and that one basically was the only phase I got done that stream, because 24 stacks of beams is a lot of beams. And the other good news is the long planks aren't super expensive, so it won't be like the 24 stacks of beams that really hurt us financially. It cost us a number of thousands of dollars to do this with those. Alright. How close are you to spitting out a, Not close enough. Okay, that's fine. And... Again, we don't care anything about there. Contracts, we don't care about anything here that much. Yeah, so honestly, if I do that one wood pickup contract, that means I should end the day... Well, actually, I mean, I'm going to end the day profitable regardless because I sold all my crops. But as far as contracts, like, in and out today, the contract will pay for the entirety of the temple work today. And I believe the tile of land I want is somewhere like 111, 112,000. So that shouldn't be too bad. Now, for buying the new tile of land, I won't have the equipment to do like anything really fancy growing on it. So realistically, I'm going to convert it into another rice field. And if it works out that I can make it a really big rice field, I might start getting rid of the smaller ones that are less convenient to work on and switch those over to production lines. We'll see. That'll be a wait and see kind of thing. For right now, it'll just become another field. But because I do have the rice farming equipment, we're going to be sticking with the rice farming for now until I've got enough resources to justify me switching over to something else. Yep, so I just need to get over to the warehouse. We're gonna buy our 8 things of long planks. I will need one more than that, but our sawmill is about to spit out one. Like, it'll probably finish this in-game day if we were to just keep the in-game day going. I still want... Hey! Excuse me. I just got completely and utterly T-boned. I was definitely not... Hey, what do you think you're doing? You're left turning into a tractor. Everyone saw that. It was on dash cam. We were the innocent party there. We were going through a straightaway. There was no stop sign for our side. We had the right of way. We are the victims here. Now your dash cam because it's from the side. Well, that's the thing. Even with that being a strike from the side, the dash cam would still help. Because if we were using that as evidence, you would see that I'm driving straight, I'm approaching the intersection, you'd see the van coming, and then, you know, we go through the intersection, and then we get struck. You'd still be able to put together exactly what happened. The dash cam doesn't actually have to capture the vehicle colliding with you in the moment, if they could give you enough of the story that you know how it played out. You're more impressed with the hatchback tipping a tractor? I mean, don't get me wrong, for as heavy a tractor is, people underestimate the amount of force that a vehicle puts out. You can even get like one of the little teeny tiny, you know, 800, 900 pound cars, little hatchback kind of thing. And if you're going 50, 60 miles an hour or something like that and you hit someone, you're going to do some serious damage. Like, don't get me wrong, the tractor weighs way the heck more than that. But that's still 1 ton slapping into you at like 30 something miles an hour. That's a lot of force. That's a lot of kinetic energy that has to go somewhere. And I'm willing to bet the typical tractor doesn't come with a whole lot of fold points to waste that energy. I imagine tractors are built fairly rigid. Probably have really good suspension, though. Okay. More mass, more damage, more speed, more damage. Yep. They all are multipliers. Okay, so long planks, and we are going to get 8 of them. I need 9. But they only go about 3,000 liters, 4,000 liters they can process a day. So that represents a bit over 2 days worth of processing. Which will give me more enough time to get the, get my next set of planks out. Alright, so that's the first 2. So you said it wrong. Energy transfer at 100% efficiency is mass times acceleration squared. Cubed. Squared. It's not 4x, it's worse. Alright, so let's go to this side. We drop the 1 off here. And this time I actually put those forward enough, it looks like I can probably fit a whole pallet on the back and still have room. Scooch. Nudge. Alright. Yeah, so I left myself a ton of space in the back in this one. You just pop this one right here on the back. There you go. And let's just play it safe. Let's strap that all down before I add the next layer. Then get this over to the temple real fast. Get a bunch of our money back. We'll still lose some money on this, but that's, you know, because I am rushing the temple. Partly because I'm hoping we get that Survival Man map soon. So we can start Survival Man or Survivor Man run. But also partly because I figure I can focus on the $1 million or the temple at a time, but probably not both. So this is just getting that one objective knocked out. Oh, I don't have my objectives showing. 1 second. Pop. Okay, because those are the 2 objectives we've got. If I beat each of those objectives I finish, that is another key for the game that I'll end up being able to give away later. And as a reminder, I don't get to give them away instantly once I finish it. So, like, say I build the temple today, I have to take a clip of the temple being, like, finished, and then I have to submit it, and then a couple days later I should get the key. That's actually the reason we're only giving out 2 keys a day. I technically have earned 3, but I'm still waiting on the 3rd key to be approved. So I'm building $1 million temples. I mean, I could be building a $1 million temple, but unfortunately that means I'm spending the money to do it. But yeah, no, it's just the way I'm building this. If I was patient and just only dropping this off as I got it, then I could do both at the same time relatively well. Those tanks are not that long. There we go. I was like, how am I still picking you up? It's not that long. There we go. And get you out of the way. And we just drop this off at the temple. And then, like I said, I'll have one more thing of long planks I'll need to drop off, which I'm going to get from my own sawmill in-game tomorrow. As well as some other, like, beams and planks and all that we might need for some extra money. And that should take care of the temple phase 9. A little unbalanced to the right, from the looks of it. Not as bad as the last one was with the kimchi delivery. We can drop this off. And then the next thing I'm going to do is there was a contract you could knock out pretty quick with the wood delivery for an extra 8,000 or whatever it is. That should make up for the loss I'm taking on the temple building. And then we'll still be ahead like 20,000 or whatever it is between, you know, all the other sales we did today. Okay. It's sad how much lumber is worth compared to farming. It really kind of is. That you sell like your set of lumber and you get $12,000, and you have your farmed goods that you've processed into like the next stage, and they give you like 8. Now, granted, the catch with the lumber is I haven't invested in any of the equipment to make it renewable. We are cutting down the trees and they're just gone. And to renew them, I am going to need the stump grinder and all that to get rid of the stumps. I'm going to need to go and be able to replant them. I don't think we're going to go that route, because honestly, by the time I get to the point where I can do all that, we can make the $1 million pretty fast. Have you ever done a tree farming in previous plays? Not really. I have planted trees just to try it out and all that. And I have used a bunch of the tree cutting equipment and the stump grinders and all that. But usually it was doing stuff like Silver Run Mountain and then clearing land to build a farm on. So it wasn't so much planting more trees because I was never out of trees. And then for what I was doing the Survivor Man Challenge last time, I didn't want to have ridiculous amounts of trees available because the trees are extremely lucrative. So it kind of take away from the financial difficulty of the challenge. Because that's the whole thing. You're supposed to really struggle for every dollar in that challenge. Alright, so we only lost about $2,000 there. So let's check that contract, because there's the one contract for, I believe it was lumber pickup. Yeah, for 8,000. The rest of these are kind of eh. But 8,000 for lumber pickup's not bad. You can do those pretty quick. That was the vehicle I needed. And I am taking you to there from where? Oh, you actually do kind of suck. All right. So we're going all the way to the biogas plant on the opposite side of the map. And then we're going to take that all the way up to the lumber or the sawmill up in the mountain there, like in the hilly mountain area, which is about as far as you can go across and have those sale points. Hey, I have right of way. We had a tree not in the playable area. I was wondering if that was a thing. I haven't run into that yet, but I had one or two that were like right against the edge. That's like, okay. Like it was close enough that I could kind of barely reach the tree without having to like be able to go into out of bounds. Like it ended up being fine, but it was definitely close. At least with those ones, you don't fail it and have to like owe a ton of money or anything if you can't do it. Like that's the one that's a bummer about some of the crop missions. If you go, oh wait, this crop really isn't fun, or you run out of time or whatever. Some of those ones can be pretty rough. Picked up the trees you cut and you canceled. Yeah. Yeah, don't bother collecting the trees from the deadwood ones. They give you extra money if you do it, but the deadwood trees just have a much lower value than the other. Alright, so I do want to be on this dirt road. They don't give you nearly as much yield as the other trees. So I just usually ignore them. To save the temple? Hey, I mean, it's not a bad idea. All right. Okay. Okay, that last bottom log, yeah, I was gonna say has a really good chance of dropping off. Oh, okay. Okay, alright, settle down. We are apparently not parked on flat terrain. In case anyone's wondering, we are at a slight incline here. So I gotta be real careful when I swing swung to the left. Cause that felt like it had places it wanted to be that I didn't want to bring it. Very slowly. We are carrying more than I should on this incline. No. Stay. Be a good little truck. No. Can eggs be used by themselves in the plant? It does make it really clear. I actually have no idea. So I already know I can't grab 4 at once this way. Claws is not wide enough. Tilt, go on, do it. As long as I can manage to hit the key to activate the straps fast enough so I don't have a huge mess to clean up. Because if I had to like go and grab the forklift to just clean this up, that's okay. If I have to do one of these things where you know, the logs have scattered everywhere. That's what I'd be like, never mind, contract canceled. I'm out. You don't look like you're gonna stay together. Hey, Wooden Gaming, thanks so much for the raid. Hope you had yourself a good stream. Bear with me, we're playing a little dangerous game of pick up the logs on an incline. It's real spicy. As every time I move, I see the whole truck shift left and right with a cliff on my left side. That's not exactly what I wanted, but you know what? It's probably okay. Let's just strap those in for a moment. You cannot figure out cranes in this game. One thing, turn up your mouse sensitivity. Like, there's a thing for turning up the sensitivity, and I'm sorry, like, raiders, you're gonna get caught with an ad, like, it's just bad timing, you raided into it. It just has technically started, but I can't stop it anymore. But, you'll want to turn up the vehicle arm sensitivity. Oh yeah, so there's the problem. So you'll notice that stilt down there on the left is not actually on the ground. So you know, it's doing a whole lot of absolutely nothing. Yeah, I didn't turn mine up to the max. I turned it up to like 250% though, which is way higher than it started. Okay. So let's see. I am not driving that dirt road the whole way up there. I already know if I try to take this dirt road the whole way up here, I'm gonna roll it somewhere up there. And it's gonna be one of these situations where I'm on a cliffside and just figuring out how to even get the forklifts to where I can lift will be an art. That looks like a good spot I could back this up and then turn around. Don't beach the rock so we don't bounce. I remember doing first. Gonna hit the hay. Oh yeah! Before I forget, check out Wooden Gaming. Also playing Farm Sim 25 and all that stuff. So if you're looking for that over there, it's also going on there. But thank you again for that raid. I do appreciate it. Sorry, I'm like hyper focusing on trying to not throw myself bodily off the side of a cliff and into a canal. Alright. Yeah, no, I remember when you're doing the Silver Run map, and there was just a lot of times I was trying to take, like, the big semi-trailer full of logs through the mountains up there, and having to go first person because you just couldn't see through all of the trees. That's fine. It was in the way. I remember having to do that a lot. And doing that in the middle of the night with the headlights on where you couldn't see anywhere in front of you was definitely like, yep, this is a horror movie. This is the part where we lose control of our vehicle and it gets beached in the side and we gotta find the spooky little cabin. Hey, what do you think you're doing, buddy? You see that sign in front of you? It said yield. Alright. So cut across here. But yeah, that was always a fun one, was doing that kind of thing, was just zipping around those really narrow dirt roads with an overloaded trailer going like 35, 40, 50 miles an hour. You can't see around the next corner because it's pitch black and you're in the woods. It's just like, yep, this is spooky. There's definitely a good probably half dozen times I rolled the truck over in that. There was one turn I remember I would miss like every other time. And the problem is once you went back, you couldn't really back the trailer up in those dirt roads easily. So you're just kind of committing to the long route. Let's see, given how the traffic acts, this map is actually set in Jersey. It is a consistent thing that almost everywhere in the world says they have the worst drivers. Which means at least half of them are wrong. Like, worse than average drivers. At least half of them are wrong. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. It's just like, it's something like, is 70-80% of people, if you ask them if they're better than the average driver, they'll say yes. Which means 20-30% of people are just objectively not right. And kudos on the 20-30% of people who are actually assessed that are like, no, I am in fact worse than the average driver. Like, I know where I stand. I'm bad. You know, kudos on them for the self-awareness. We're not doing the plowing. We're not doing the stone picking. The harvest ones are terrible. That cultivating one, that's right at our farm. Oh, but is our tractor... Yeah, our tractor's on the other side of the map. Well, we're gonna have to go over there anyways. Yeah, no, that's okay. We'll take that one, because I gotta take my tractor all the way over there anyways. Just go over, we'll plow that one field real quick. You can't drive, but you can race. You win awards for it? I wonder if you sat down and objectively took all the different places in the world, you say per capita. See, not cumulative, because that's unfair for higher population versus lower population. But per capita, what, you know, state, country, whatever, has the highest frequency of accidents in the world? Like, who is the outlier who is actually measurably the worst drivers in the world? Or it might not even be a driver problem, has infrastructure so poor that it causes accidents. So some combination thereof. Because that would be the metrics you'd look for, is one, the highest number of the accidents, and also the most damage, again, per capita. Because you gotta go per capita, because otherwise you'd have, like, you could have a place like maybe Iowa, and maybe, like, literally every person gets in 10 accidents a day in Iowa. Obviously they don't. But they could have that extreme example, and then it would still show numerically as not as bad as California, just by population difference. Because there's that many more drivers in California, that even if California per capita was way less awful, you know, just numbers. That's always the thing with most statistics, is the per capita is what you care about. There's exceptions. There are individual specific statistics that the cumulative is more important than the per capita, but most of the time with stuff like safety and that, the per capita is what you have to worry. Did you have a friend who works in insurance? Apparently New York has one of the best driving stats in the US. It wouldn't surprise me. Has Thailand officially been voted the capital of the world's worst drivers? The higher number of traffic accidents, injuries, deaths by far. At 32 per 10,000 or 100,000 people. Honestly, 32 per 100,000 people sounds low to me. Not for Thailand, just like someone even on the worst, like maybe that's per year? Per year, I could believe 32 per year per 100,000. But actually, like, that's lower than what I've expected, because, I mean, usually in most countries, traffic accidents end up being, like, first, second, third, fourth, fifth number of preventable death or something like that. Like, give or take a little bit, and the specific things they include and whatnot. Like, I want to say in the U.S. it's second or third highest statistic for preventable death. Which it makes sense. That isn't to be like, oh hey, cars are terrible, we shouldn't use them and yada yada or anything like extreme like that. It's just the sheer amount people do drive. You know, everyone has to commute to and from work like 4 or 5 days a week who has in-office jobs and whatnot. That's just a lot of time, which, you know, is a lot of opportunity for things to go wrong. And then at the same time, you're hurtling a hunk of metal that's going to waste at least, 600, 700, 800 pounds, which would be like, a glorified go-kart, to a couple of tons down the highway at speed. So Liberia has slightly worse at 35.9 deaths per 100k per year. Yeah. Like I said, oh yeah, so that's like per year. That's what I figured. Per year, I would believe that. If it was just cumulative, just total, that would surprise me. According to the WHO, I would trust the WHO as a source. That is a pretty good source right there. And I say the WHO as if it's the band. I wouldn't necessarily trust the WHO as a source, but if they also gave me that statistic, I would want to believe them because it's the WHO. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And it's up to you if you want to reveal who you were, but I really appreciate the username contextually for the fact that we're doing rice. Because I do anonymous follows here, not because I don't want to, like, celebrate people following a lot, but a lot of people don't want to be part of the content. They want to enjoy the content. And if I say their name, I take that opportunity away from them. Why are you struggling so much? Like, don't get me wrong, this harrower is kind of... It technically requires a higher horsepower than we have, but we've been using without much of any problems other than when we beach it on, like, you have like a little lip and then we take it over to that. It doesn't like that. Maybe this is the first time we've taken on a proper hill. Okay, so we're learning something here, chat. And that is, this is a downhill only situation. That's what I'm learning. Yeah, no, I realize it's an incline. It's just I thought I had already done some inclines, but I'm like, no, this is actually probably the most consistent incline we've done with this thing so far. So what this tells us is either one, I want to go back and forth when I'm doing my rows as opposed to up and down, because that'll be fine. Or we just need to go down. Like, there's a little bit twist at the end there I won't be able to avoid, but that's okay. Yeah, so it just means after our headlands, whatever it says it wants, we're going horizontally across it. Because yeah, this it'll run at speed just fine. Because I want to say the top speed with this thing was like 9 miles an hour or something like that. Which means anything around 8, 9, 10 is about what you expect. Okay. Or it could even be what we do is I just drive it back up the hill. So I have a little spot here on the end that it's going to have a little bit of struggling, but that's okay. We're getting paid a couple thousand for this, that'll be fine. Yeah, because this tractor's weaker than the one I've already got. And we do not have the budget for a better tractor yet. Yes, the headlands are the outer ring. And the purpose of the headlands is that way I could turn around and remain on the field the entire time, as opposed to having to leave the field and coming back, you know, going off and back on it again. Because sometimes that could be an issue if, for example, you have, say, like, a fence around it or something. You wouldn't want your tractor to have to leave the field to turn around and smash down your fence every year. Alright, so we're going to pick that up and just zip on up the hill versus fighting up that incline and going at 2 miles per hour. Because the time it'd take me to fight my way up that hill, I'll be able to do another row by just going around. Okay. Because once you finish the headlands, what you should be able to do is based on the turn radius of your tractor / equipment on your tractor, you should be able to, like, do, you know, be able to turn around to do the rows. It could be like every other row you can do per pass or every third row, but you can get the idea that you can just zigzag back and forth and go across the field, and then you grab the next rows on the way back and not have to leave the field. Alright. And so even though this isn't the way that this has got it queued up right now, I'm going to turn around and I'm going to cut the end of this field again. There's a little bit of a incline. I'm going to cut across here. What I'm trying to make it do is I can get more and more of the field done without having to fight the incline uphill. Alright, so let's go and race up here. Yes, this wasn't the best pick. But that's fine. You just keep working on it. This will be the end of the headlands, but that's fine. Because we go and I get that corner over there out of here. Then that means I don't have to worry about that so much. Yeah, it's a pretty steep field. It's just going to take us a minute to do this, unfortunately, because I am going to have to loop to the high end. But that'll be one of those things that we end up getting later, is we just get a better tractor. I'm honestly curious if I'm going to hit $1 million before we do that, though, because once I start getting close, like we get to like 500,000 or something like that, I had previously said it's like, oh, I'll just take the loan and make that work. I did actually look at the information on the dare drop later, and it was like, without taking a loan, I was like, dang it. It's like, I understand. I get it. That would have been too easy. It's fine. But yeah. That should be a thing. We'll hit a point we'll be able to make like a couple 100,000 a year relatively easy. And once we do that, like getting the millions real fast after that point. Alright, minutes. It's looking like 6-7% per lap. So looks like I got to do like 6 more laps, something like that, which is more than I really want, but that's fine. If the tractor is a little bit bigger, it could do this both directions, but I already knew that was a potential concern when I did get the tractor, and technically I'm about 30 horsepower shy of what this piece of equipment is suggesting I do. Alright. And those give me another 6,000, and there's a really good chance next in-game month I might be able to buy that next piece of land. And one added bonus is I might be able to delete some of the buildings off there that I don't have use for and get my money back from that. We also get the greenhouse for the mushrooms, and I've been told that the mushrooms are pretty respectable money. That greenhouse is just on there, so when I grab it, I just get it for freezies, which is effectively like getting $36,000 off. Still using one-day months? Oh yeah, no, we'll be using one-day months for a very long time. Like genuinely, I don't switch off of one-day months until literally at like 1 time speed. I just cannot finish my stuff I've got on the farm. Like I find having months are like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. That's fine if you do like the lumberjacking thing, because there's just so much work to do that time isn't really the issue, so you don't just care. But if you start making it like 4 or 5 day months, you just never harvest crops because you never get to that point. You're just working forever. And you can already see we end up fast forwarding through parts of the month anyways. You can also have it where if you exclusively want to do contracts, I guess you could potentially get more out of doing multiple day months and all that, because some contracts will just keep respawning again, like Deadwood will respawn, the log transport will respawn. You also had 3x speed, which helps. Yeah, normally the game bases at 5x speed, and that's actually usually what I'm running a lot of the time. But this particular one, I've just been keeping it at 1, and then the moment I finish what I'm doing for the day, we just kick over to the next one. I'm also not grabbing all the contracts, because doing a contract that takes a while and you get $500 profit out of it, I'm like, yeah, I'll just go to the next month. Wait till I get the next contract I can knock out quickly for like $6,000, $7,000 profit. So stuff like hoeing, cultivating, I'll take those. Wood transport's pretty good money. There are harvest contracts that are worth it, and there are also harvest contracts that are not worth it. Like, you can make really good money with root crop if you have 2 human beings working it. You can make pretty good time. But with the AI or solo, it's just not worth. And even then, like, it's not amazing money with 2 people. With Farm Sim 22, the grass mowing one is pretty good too. Yeah, they have grass mowing. They just don't seem to have it on this map. I have not seen the grass mowing on this specific map, but I do see that the Riverbend does have grass mowing. Baling can be relatively decent money as well. Just you can get through them in a timely manner, especially if you start getting like really good equipment and not having to rent theirs. Then you can go way faster. That the contract, when they determine the time, it's based on the equipment they give you. So you have a lot of time, they'll kind of give you like an under-spec'd piece of equipment if you lease it, versus if you just do it yourself real fast. You know, have a contract like use this tiny little harvester to do this field, and be like, or hear me out, I'll put down this giant harvester. Alright. So just got one more stripe and then we get paid. I was hoping this would be closer, like we get to the end and be like 97% or something, just so I could just do this last little edge and be fine. I haven't decided yet, like, we're gonna be doing more rice short term. And I haven't decided yet when we go to expand into something that isn't rice, what that's gonna be. Because the problem is all the new crop, the harvesters are really not in our price range. So that's like a really big deal. And we could certainly do like grass and silage and all that. Like grass and silage, don't get me wrong, like labor-wise, it's really good money, and I think long rice. Well, the problem with the long grain rice and going that route is I will need a different seeder, a different harvester. I will end up needing the, I believe I'll need fertilizing. I will need a means of weeding. That's kind of the challenge I'm running into with going from that. Like, the rice actually seems like it's a good starting crop so far as not super expensive to get into. But, there's like all that stuff you have to like build up for. Like the wheat will be the same way, the oats and the barley, the sunflower, the soy, all of those. It's that same issue of you kind of need all of the things, but you don't technically need them all. But to make it reasonably profitable, you need that. Aren't all the tools rice specific? No. So regular rice has its own tools. Long rice has an entirely different set of tools, which are the same generic tools you use for like wheat and oats and all that. That's kind of the interesting thing, is that you very genuinely just have all the tools that cover that. I was hoping we'd only go a little ways up here. We wouldn't get the slowdown because I got 1% left. Any second now that'll finish. Alright, contract is done. I remember mentioning that you get back into RimWorld for practice before the hot potato. Is that still a plan? Do you have any set thing you want to do with it? Well, that's the thing. As I said, I might end up playing some RimWorld before. I definitely will end up playing afterwards because I'm sure people will be excited to see more RimWorld. I don't know what I would do for a new run. That's kind of the catch with RimWorld, is I've kind of done most of the challenges I want to do. And ultimately it's repeating those challenges, which is fine. I've done plenty of that before, where I've repeated something I've succeeded at the past. Well, that's not what you want. So I'm using this to inch it over real fast. If you get something wedged like that, one trick you can do. It feels like whatever crop you choose, you need a new set of tools if you start with right. Yeah. They're gonna have to do that. I just haven't decided where we're gonna go with that. I'm not quite over enough. So yeah, what are the things you can do? If you line this up, you can sneakily like force it over. When you get something stuck like that, you can always reset it. I just don't want to. I thought it was getting stuck on the roof there, but I'm not. I'm really not sure what you're getting stuck on. Because it's folded, it's not lowered. I guess there's just a really good lip there. I'm just surprised with getting quite that stuck on the curb. Like, that was pretty stuck in the curb that we literally couldn't pull it up. Like, it's one thing to not have the horsepower to run it when it's deployed, but just dragging it behind you can usually get away with a pretty underpowered tractor for just moving equipment. Some exceptions apply. Alright, so we can go ahead and park here. Let's make sure we turn to that contract. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There's a contract for a couple more thousand. The other ones I don't really care about. That is a good wood transport, but I'm not just like I'm kind of making a rule to myself to not just repeat the same the same contract multiple times. It could just be a little bit obnoxious pretty quick. So let's go ahead and we didn't need anything else to top stuff off right now. Let's run to the farmhouse and advance our day. And see what we got for the next day. Because as I mentioned, we will want to take more lumber and run it over. So I found out you can actually empty the, where it gives you the stone picker and then the trailer, you can actually empty the stone picker into the trailer. You just have to like jam it right up against it and then act like you're going to lay it on the ground and it will lay it down in the trailer. Even though, like, physics-wise, it does not look even remotely correct. Okay, so let's see here. So, for contracts, we got a whole lot I don't care about. Okay, and meanwhile, you still need... We'll take this over there. We're going to load it up with our lumber and drop it back over here. And that should give us enough to finish this phase of the temple. And then when we get on to like the main drag, I'll check to see if we got any sales today. We also need to check to see if any of our production lines need materials. Yada, yada, yada. Meanwhile, you literally pass the gas stations. Let's top off. For production lines, we're going to need water soon. The rest is all fine. Okay. Yeah, so we just grab the long planks. I mean, we'll grab all the lumber, but we get that group of long planks, that'll be enough to finish the next phase of the temple. Yeah, they're discussing the, different maps go. Yeah, so the 3 maps we have in this one is there's one, which is the one I'm on, which is like Utan, Hantai or whatever. That this map is non-specific East Asian. There is, I think it's like Sri Lanka or whatever, which is like Eastern European. And then we have Riverbend, which is like non-specific Wetlands USA. Oh yeah, no, you're good. I was dropping in for like people catching it all that. But now you're solid. And go grab our lumber. And if you ask me which map is my favorite, I've only done this map so far. We did mess with the Sri Lanka map in the DLC for Farm Sim 22. Because that's the only one that got brought forward from the last game. And that one was fine. That was the one they introduced the root crops. Like, I don't have any complaints about it or anything. I just didn't play it enough to really do much. And then Riverbend's new, and I did just a tiny bit of that on Ultra was streaming, Ultrasaurus. And I did hop on there a little bit to do a contract or two to help out. But I haven't really played it a meaningful amount to have a strong opinion. I think for like the stuff going on the map, I think the Riverbend is probably the map I like more. It seems to have more variety of contracts. Like this one, I have not seen a single, mowing contract or anything like that. The very rare baling contract. Versus I've seen more on Riverbend. At least not yet. I mean, we're a good couple years in this. If we haven't seen one so far, I don't think we're going to. Or they're rare enough that it doesn't matter. Well, that's fine. It's only 2. I thought I was going to have more than this, but that's fine. I just need to drop off the long planks. So with this very little bit on the back here, I should be able to get away with a lot more speed than I normally can because they overload everything. Z-Long is a bad map. Initially, you weren't keen on the long narrow fields, but once you dug into a little bit, they were well suited for merging into single larger fields. Yep. Aside from Deadwood and Wood Transfer, what are the other contracts that repeat indefinitely? That is an excellent question. Like, all contracts you can repeat, but it's like within one season where it just keeps regenerating them again. I think the plowing and the cultivating will also, you know, go away. You'll want the water, we'll want all this. I didn't check what was on sale today. So we actually do have the front of a semi-truck. That is... So, that wouldn't be bad. Like, how much, that's normally like 130? Like, that would be a good one in the end, because that's this one, 145. And what that would open up for me, it wouldn't help me immediately, but the thing it would open up is then suddenly all of these trailers open up, which means I can get the really giant trailers for putting cargo in and pallets and all that. I think, though, we're going to let it pass. I think for what our focus is right now, we're going to let it pass. Let's see, on that note, on the Deadwood, is it possible to, 1, sell the Deadwood tree, turn into wood chips, deposit into the sawmill? Yeah, so you can actually collect the Deadwood trees and sell them. So we don't cargo, we car stay, yes. Because right now, this one does give me the ability to transport pallets really well. I've been really liking this one. Yeah, so I can go ahead and drop these off real fast. They'll give me a couple thousand more. They'll give me the last of the wood I need for this phase of the temple. And then once we get through this phase of the temple, we'll see what's next. Yeah, and that's the thing. The deadwood trees give you a lot less, wood per tree. And most of the time, the deadwood trees are all mixed in with other trees, so it's really hard to get the trees out there in a timely manner. They can definitely be drug out, but it's usually driving a tractor in between trees with a winch and dragging them out. And then just a lot of time, it's just not worth the effort. So, like, I'll just do a deadwood mission and just turn it in real fast. Yeah, a healthy tree could be a few thousand liters. A deadwood tree is 200 to 300 liters. It does make me wonder, if you went to a tile that's normally forested for deadwood, and you bought that tile, and then you completely deforested it, and then you sold that tile of land back, would you then start having the deadwood contracts show up again, but the trees would all be gone? Because that's those things I never thought to try. I don't think it'd be a practical thing. Like, I think it'd be a waste of money to do it for trying to get that little bit of wood. But I wonder if, like, if you buy a tile of land and then sell the land, would it start generating contracts on again? Or the trees might respawn? Well, the trees respawn, that would also be abusable in its own way. Because you'd buy the land, deforest the whole thing, and sell it all. And then, you know, sell it back, have the trees respawn, buy it again. And just effectively have a way of getting infinite trees. Alright, well, with that, I don't think there's any more contracts we want to do. So let's top off the water in the greenhouses. Because there was no contracts we wanted to do, right? Not really. Like, that's good money. I don't want to just repeat it again and again. You think if you were to try to make money from the deadwood trees on top of the contract, to do well, you'd have to be portable wood chipper. Chip all the trees on site. Yeah. I still probably wouldn't do it. Like, at that point, the level of hassle, even doing, like, a zero to hero Survivor Man-esque thing, like the money you spent on the wood chipper and all that, you'd probably be better served to do something that's more consistent. Wasn't there some type of pallet quest? I've never seen a ship the pallets kind of thing in the game. Not that I could think of. Okay. If you have your own portable chipper, it's likely because you've been into logging yourself, which means you have your own fields of trees you've been growing and harvesting. Yeah, well, it's one of those things, like, if you're doing, like, again, the Survivor Man challenge or whatever, if you're at the point that you've got your own chipper, realistically, you would be buying other equipment before your chipper. You'd be buying, like, a seeder or a harvester or something else, or, you know, a greenhouse to get things going or whatever. There's a lot better options. It's just, the big thing is deadwood gives you so little wood. Like, you'd be better off saving your money, buying the land, and just deleting all the trees. Because even if you're selling them as just straight up lumber, like not sawmilling or anything, that's probably better money than the deadwood. Alright. I'd say one more thing is healthy tree worth more than $2,000, and do healthy trees you cut with penalty respawn? Oh yeah, no, you don't. You'll definitely lose money if you're sitting there hacking down every tree in the forest during a deadwood contract, and then trying to, you know, sell it that way. Like, maybe with a lot of effort, you might be able to make a little bit of money or slightly break even kind of thing. But at that point, like I said, you're probably just better off buying the land and just doing it, and not trying to find gimmicky hack-around ways of doing things. Because that $2,000 per tree penalty is not minor. Okay, so we got those both topped off. Looking at it from a zero perspective, the problem is, to really make it worthwhile, you would need the sawmill to process it up. And it probably still wouldn't be enough to make back its money, because there is the running costs of the sawmill, plus the delay in getting your money back. And then on top of all of that, you most likely would have to take it up to the point of taking the planks to a carpenter before it would, you know, maybe make sense. And I just... Again, that'd be one of those things where I'd be like, you know what's probably a better idea is, instead of approaching it like that, getting yourself a lawnmower and doing, you know, a forging wagon. Yeah, no, trying to deadwood, like trying to go and do a deadwood contract and then, you know, effectively stealing lumber. I think you're better off not even bothering at that point. Okay, so we don't have more I need to deal with right now. Yeah, Sawmill's got plenty of wood for the time being. So we can go pop in here and advance the day. Yeah, no, there'd be much better uses of your time. Like, unless you're doing some extreme challenge where it's like 0 to hero, hitting a certain amount of money in a certain amount of time and trying to use that to boost up. I mean, but even then, instead of the sawmill, you get something like solar panels or something like that, where you get your money immediately afterwards. And it'd take 10 months to get your money back, but with the deadwood, I can't imagine cutting down a tree and taking a 2,000 penalty and then doing all the processes. You make much money per tree. So there's a really big plow on there. Well, bigger plow. There's a bale wrapper. Forging wagon, vegetable stuff. Not worried about that right now. So we are in January. Let's go check on... Everything else is looking happy. Sorry, happy. Nothing is getting overfilled right now. Let's go hop over to the temple. Check what's going on with it. Okay. So you still got 106, like you've already got the planks in there, you just need to physically process them. Let's see if we can see what's actually getting worked on. If you're looking for some quick ways to turn money around, do contracts until you have enough to buy a field. And look for fields that's ready to harvest. Yeah, and there's lots of ways you can make better money. Even if you don't go in that way, you could, again, like, get the absolute worst for mowing grass and, like, foraging wagoning it back home. Yeah, I keep doing these phases. I'm like, I'm not really sure what you're building. Maybe is this wood floor new? I think this wood floor might be new. But regardless, I don't have anything to do there. Let's see, your game plan for 0 to Hero is getting good at wood transport, accept and cancel until you get the Volvo. I mean, the downside of that is if you accept and cancel, you'll probably have to wait for it to show up. Do you have any good contracts today? Where are you located? I mean, that's not that bad of a distance. We do have a good cultivating one here. Okay, so I think we'll go ahead and do these two contracts. So I'm going to go ahead and do... I am going to borrow on this one. Well, actually, you know what? I'm not going to borrow. We'll drive our harvester across the map because I'm pretty... Because ours is like 6.8 meters wide. I'm pretty sure that one's bigger than the one I have, but I don't think it's a lot bigger than what I have. Yeah, so one we have... So you're 7.5. Is that the right one? Yeah, it's 7.5. That actually is a lot bigger. That's fine. So what we'll go ahead and do is we'll borrow equipment for you. We'll borrow equipment for you. So you'll grab this. And I'm going to hand this over to the AI to just do it for me. Because between these two, I can buy another piece of land. Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. You can make the challenge for yourself however you want. For my intention of what I'm doing with 0 to Hero is I'm allowing myself to take contracts because I fully intended just starting the run over when we get a Survivor Man map ready. And then doing a Survivor Man challenge because I like that challenge more than the 0 to Hero. But there's a lot of stuff like that that you just don't let yourself even do contracts. But everyone has different rules and that's all fine. Like there isn't some governing board that says, the 0 to Hero run shall forever be no contracts, leases, or loans, and thou shalt not deliberately cancel contracts to get better contracts. So saith the governing board of Zero to Hero. Now rise. Yeah, also what's fun for me isn't necessarily fun for you. Exactly. You'll actually notice that most games I have played, and we've done challenge runs, most of the challenge runs I do aren't the ones where it's like, this is the strictly defined rules, exactly how you have to play it for the challenge, you know, if you want your score to count. It's usually thematic challenges, like where we do RimWorld where we max out the pollution and all that kind of stuff. Tuk Tuk Challenge, mod the Tuk Tuk to accept attachments, farm with that. No. Alright, so we're at the biogas place, but we are just going to the place around the corner from the biogas place versus all the way across the map. Alright, so we're going to let the AI take care of that. They're going to probably burn about $2,000 doing that contract for me, but then I'm going to get paid $8, and you can do math. I get to walk away with a cool $6,000 or something. Probably closer to 5, but still. And meanwhile, I do this one for another 8. And with that, by their powers combined, we should be pretty dang close to buying our new tile of land. And then we gotta figure out all the logistics around that. Like, what buildings are there? What do they need to run? Are there buildings I don't want that I could just delete and be rid of? That kind of stuff. There's the field down there. What would it cost me to convert that field over to rice so that we can use our existing equipment? Really gave you some long-term goals? I appreciate it, because that was silver. Oh, you mean the dare drop? To be fair, the temple, they have like a difficulty measure, and the difficulty measures are usually kind of a crapshoot. Like, sometimes they'll say something is easy, but it's like, nah, actually, that's a decent amount of effort. And other times they'll be like, that one's super hard. You're like, nah, I can knock this out in 5. But usually they're relatively decent. And that one did have the temple as legendary for its difficulty. And I figured it was going to be a significant effort challenge. Because I figured it'd be in league with the Silver Run map. And I remember the Silver Run map, doing that, doing the roller coaster did take me a hot minute to do. Alright, so this time let's be a little bit more to the right near the logs. I'm not sure if we're even any closer. I'm just trying to get it so that leg actually sits on terrain. Okay, so this time the leg is actually on the terrain. Because last time it was just kind of dangling over there, and every time I pick up the log, it got pretty tenuous where it's just leaning a little bit off that road and just be like, are we going down the mountain? Try again. I think we got just the 3 or all 5? 3. Nope. I don't know how the physics worked on that, but alright. Is the 2 still being in the gripper for a moment? It's like, I don't know how you're still there, but that's okay. Not quite that far. So that bottom one will probably break away. That's not what I was expecting at all. I expected the bottom one to break away and have a problem with that. I wasn't expecting the one on the right. Okay, cool, we'll take one at a time. That's fine, I guess. Snow makes them slippery? Yeah, that's definitely a mechanic. I actually don't think it is, but we can pretend. Hey, I've had some really clean ones for a while. Sooner or later, you gotta have a messy one. Nice and slowly. Let's not swing this massive weight and throw ourselves off the ridge. That'd be embarrassing a little bit. We're fine. We're still on the stilt. It's just leaning on the stilt. We are being the proverbial 6-year-old leaning all the way on that training wheel. Just solid riding 100% training wheel. Maybe the main tire gets a little action on top of it. Now when you can't explain physicsing. Yeah, no, they definitely changed the picking up the logs. So the logs, it's almost like, it's like someone went up to the log and just stuck a bunch of sticky tack on it. So like, they won't fully stay in without being gripped on, but there is definitely a lot of leeway where they're like, yeah, we'll let that slide. And I think it's good for the record. I don't think it's bad. I know some people are like, no, it's not realistic. But hear me out with dealing with the controls on these things. Giving the player a little bit of give, I think, is a good thing. That said, that camera tilting like 15 degrees aside and being solid on that stilt, you're like, that's it, we're over. We're gone. But realism is, of the things that people care about in the games, the least important. No, actually, that's not true. I would probably say aesthetics are probably the least important. You know, to a degree. Like, it has to be at least serviceable aesthetics. Not necessarily realistic or whatever, but, you know, at least where you can see what the heck is happening. But usually when it comes to, like, game... Because usually the ones they argue is, the 3 things you gotta juggle between is gameplay, balance, and realism. And gameplay, to me, is king. All other stats are completely and utterly irrelevant behind gameplay. If your gameplay sucks, you don't have a game. Like, you have a bad time, is what you have. And then after that, I would say balance. And even to me, balance isn't really that important, as long as you're not talking a PvP or multiplayer game, then, you know, then balance starts to become an issue. But balance needs at least some, because if you have a game that, like, for farm sim, let's just say all of the crops are, like, just a hair above worthless, and then sillage is, like, 1,000 times more efficient, then everyone runs sillage. And so your game is worse for it because the balance is off. But then realism, I don't care if a truck can't actually carry this many logs without having problems. Let me do it. Just let me do it. Making me take an extra 10 trips would not be fun. I mean, it wouldn't be that many, it'd be like 2 trips. Alright, so where am I taking this? Down this way. Like, for example, we can pick up 200 kilograms, and that is enough that people mod it out and already get frustrated with it. 200 kilograms in itself is like superhuman strength. That is not a reasonable amount of weight for you to pick up on any consistency in the real world. But if they were to sit there and go, okay, you can kind of like really push your character and pick up like 100 kilograms, like an extreme thing, but you can consistently pick up like 40 kilograms. And then even then, if you do it too much in a day, your character can't work the next day because you blew your back out and you have to wait like, you know, 3-4 in-game weeks for your character to recover from their spinal injury, or, you know, cause permanent spinal injury and they never recover. You can pick up 200 kilograms in multiple trips, exactly. But you wouldn't want that to be hyper-realistic. I mean, there'd be some people who do, but with that, it'd just be obnoxious. Hey, MMP, how's it going? Yeah, realism at the cost of tediousness just feels punishing the player. Exactly. But that's the reason why when it comes to the trio of things, I'm like, I don't mind realism being in a game, but like on the pillars of if you have to choose between your different things, it gets final, like it's get last building. Got to really wait for the entire movie's credits to get to the very end where realism is there. And it doesn't even really get its own credit. Instead, it just gets like an honorable mention. Mostly out of a feeling of obligation rather than actually wanting to. What if I want $120,000 in medical bills and 8-month recovery period? Hey, if someone wants to make the realistic mod for the game that, like, your character can only pick up, again, something like 40 kilograms consistently, and if you do it too much in a day, your character, you know, you have to take the next in-game day off because your character is recovering, and they physically won't pick up more than maybe 60 kilograms, like, somewhere in there, it's, like, just straight up no. And that there's an RNG dice roll every time you pick up something heavy that you tweak your back. And if you tweak your back, your character, you know, has to pay medical recovery and can't work. And, it, you know, the recovery time is also RNG. Realism mod. You cut down a tree, it falls in your character, your save is deleted. That was, so we played Pacific Drive on the channel a while back. I mentioned this on the Discord, that, they came out with an update, and the update's actually been a good couple of months now, like 3-4 months ago or whatever. But they came up with the DLC that's called Play How You Want, or something like that. Thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. But it lets you change, like, every imaginable setting in the game, where it's like, how much damage does your car take when you collide into things? How bad the radiation is. You can make it so you physically cannot see the radiation without using certain tools, such as like the car's got its like little meter in it. Or I guess you can fire flares through radiation and the flare will act up or whatever. And so they've got all that kind of stuff. But the setting I thought was the most wonderful, and probably it'd be a mix between the most hilarious and the most frustrating, was one of the things you can do in Pacific Drive. For those who don't know, it's like this sort of, it's not a horror game, but it's got like a little bit of like Uncanny Valley kind of like spooky weirdness going on as you're in this area with all sorts of spooky things going on. But it's a extraction driver game. So you run around and you tear apart materials, you throw them all in the back of your station wagon, and eventually the area starts to collapse and you have to escape from it. But you sit there and you do all that. But one of the things you can do is, because this is like your old station wagon with like the wood paneling and everything, it's got the hatchback trunk. If you stand all the way in it and you close it, you bang yourself on the head for like a hit point or 2 of damage. And when you're playing the game and you're rushing around, you do it a lot. But one of the settings is you could make it so hitting yourself with the trunk of your car was instantly lethal. So you'd literally go like that and you just fade to black, die. And I was like, I could not imagine playing with that setting, that your car becomes one of the scariest things in the game, that you're like, all right, get to maximum distance, close the trunk. But yeah, no, it's funny because like you modify your car, like the core mechanic around the car is changing the car's panels and all that, so you can like take off the front panel and put an armored front panel on it, and your car gets kind of damaged and beat up and everything as you're running around and all that. And so it's just kind of one of those things that it's a lot of fun that you do with all that. And your car starts to look like the Echo 1 from Ghostbusters by the end, where you got all these like random like devices smashed all over the outsides and stuff tossed in the top of it and all that. And it's got a fun little story to it. It's a really good game, and it's got some really good music in it as well. And like the game mechanics are fun. So there's like enemies in the game, but for the most part the enemies don't just like straight up murder you or anything. Like they've got these things that are called like bunnies that they attach to your car, and they make your car like jerk to the side and all that, so you have to get out and yank the thing off your car. It's a lot of fun. The driving physics are extremely good. Yeah, you can pick up 90 kilogram in a deadlift for 3 reps. So basically can lift 270 kilograms, gym math. Yep. Yeah, and that's those things. That's honestly like a lot of weight versus like, you know, picking it up, you know, not like picking up a tree trunk where there's no handles or anything on it. Like picking it up and then trying to, you know, figure out how you lift that up without, you know, lifting with your back and all that, making sure you lift with your legs and having a grip on it and all that. And if you drop it, you break your foot and then your character can't do any heavy lifting for like the next 6 in-game months because their foot got shattered. You just walk and your character randomly sprains an ankle. And because it's a sprain, it takes extra long to heal because muscle tissue heals very slowly. That was usually when we get into the realism in games being like, you can go too far. And you'll usually have people bring up a game like, as a counter argument. They'll be like, Escape from Tarkov is super realistic. Like, no, it's not. If you get winged by a shotgun in this, like in real life, Escape from Tarkov, your character drops to the ground screaming, blacks out in pain. And then like every so often you drag yourself a couple of feet, the pain overwhelms you, and then you black out again. And over the course of like 8 or 9 real life hours, you drag yourself to the edge of the map to escape. And then your character isn't allowed to be played for several weeks while they recover. That would be realism in Escape from Tarkov. And you know how many people would play it? Honestly, there would actually probably be a player base for that. It would be a very niche player base, but there probably would be a die-hard fans group of people. You know, the 3 or 4 days they get to play per month. Yeah, you get to play it, you have your 1 or 2 play sessions, you'd take a bad hit, and you'd be like, well, realistically what that would be is everyone would have like 8 or 9 accounts so that they could at least play it like every other day. Drink milk from 2014 and your metabolism goes up. Seems legit. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. There's probably mods for Escape for Tarkov to make it more realistic, and it does lean more into realism than a lot of them. But like, there's places in realism they say, I'm going to make this realistic. But there is a lot of places in almost every game where you go, but this is a place we're not going to go realistic because this is just not fun, it's obnoxious and all that. And there's a certain point that if you can get a game to a certain level of realism, then you're like, but now you're just playing real life. Like, not even burying everything else. You're just playing real life. That's all. The hyper-realistic, you know, haptic experience, hyper-realistic farm sim. That you go on the farm, you get sweaty, you get gross, it forces dirt into every orifice of your body. You spend several hours in there. At the end of the experience, your back is kind of sore, your ankles kind of hurt. You get a hemorrhoid for riding in the tractor all day. I like how you lose HP and you bandage yourself and you get your health back. Basically, you were a mummy by the extraction point. Yup. Or the idea that you take an injury and you just inject yourself with like a morphine drip or whatever and you're just like, I'm good. I was like, nah, I don't think that's the case. Tarkov's fun, but like on the realism, I was like, it's more realistic than Counter-Strike, certainly. Like I would absolutely not argue that. But on the realism scale, like being like one of the most realistic shooters there is, like here's reality, and you're still way over here in the not real side of things. It's got a spit polish of realism on it. Realism, you go to do the thing where you slam through a door. Breach a door and you just slam into it and you just dislocate your shoulder. Can't use it for the rest of the run. Gotta go to like the nurse lady or whatever and fork over a bunch of money. Ballistics are pretty good, not against armor in general. Bullet drop, yeah. Like, it does some things fairly realistic, but that's the point. Like, the gunplay, they do a lot to try and make it realistic, but then, like, that's kind of where the realism stops. Because the idea that you take a shot to the leg and your leg is busted and your character's still gonna run on it but just take a little damage as they do it, and that they'll make, like, whimpery, whiny noises but still be up on their shattered leg. It's like, no. No. If you get your leg blown out, you know what you're not doing is standing up. That's what you're not doing. You're just not standing up at all. This isn't the movie theater. You're not just taking your rifle and, like, leaning on it and then somehow propping yourself up and fighting with it. You're done. You're out. You might not be dead, but the fight is done for today. Getting hit in the pelvic area, holding not get up. I mean, yep. You're gonna say all the realism is only based around the gunplay. Everything still is miles away. Like, night vision is nowhere near being realistic. Yeah. But that's a good thing, though. It's a good thing that none of that is realistic. It wouldn't be a fun game if it was. Or, like, the sheer amount your character can lug around with them. The idea of your character running around and actually being able to move with any amount of mobility, wearing, like, full-on, you know, Kevlar and everything else, carrying their rifle, and then having, like, 6 or 7 full rifles tucked in a backpack, with a backpack in the backpack in the backpack in the backpack in the backpack. And, you know, all of that garbage piled on you. Your poor character would be, like, just barely lumbering around, if that, and you'd step on the ground and everyone would hear every bit of debris you step on as it gets crunched underfoot. Gray Zone, you think, is going to have the closest to right night vision? I haven't looked at that one. I'm not huge into first-person shooters. I definitely played a lot of Escape from Tarkov way back when it was fairly new. But after, like, the 3rd or 4th reset, I was kind of over it. Like, I enjoyed the reset. Like, to me, always the best part of Escape from Tarkov was right at the reset before anyone had any of the meta anything. So the joke is, like, everyone's gear is just a slapdash flea market visit of, you know, I've got, like, a really good weapon, but everything else is garbage. I've got a helmet, but nothing else. So, like, everyone's running around with not a whole lot of good stuff. Yeah, 60 kilogram and then crawling to regain stamina. Pretty much how biomechanics work, yep. You don't have confidence in Gray Zone? Their last update on what's going on with the game didn't convince you? Kind of worried? Yeah. You're in the other room and you're following the, like, out of context, get a hemorrhoid from sitting in the tractor all day. You're cracked up. Hey, there's a reason there's advertisements for, like, hemorrhoid creams for people who work on the farm and also people who drive semi-trucks. There's a reason there's advertisements for that. Sitting on your butt all day with lots of vibration. Things happen. Not good for your digestive tract, I'll tell you that much. Can confirm it's a problem. My poor paw. Stalker 2 is coming soon? Yeah. This past wave was complete garbage on Tarkov. For the early PvP was almost non-existent. Everyone's running around at tier, like, 5k with week 1. Yeah, but that was my comment, was, like, I like the early game, but as people have learned the game better and better and better, like, the speed of which people can get from the early game to, like, being kitted for meta is so short now compared to what it used to be. And I got real tired of running the same quests every single time. And then also, like, when I bailed, it was mostly because of cheaters. Like, it wasn't that gray area. It's like, I don't know, that's a little suspicious, that person got that headshot. It was, oh no, very, very clearly there's some shenanigans afoot. Like, I hit this person for, like, over 1,000 damage according to my little death thing here, and yet they still were able to fight me. And we're not talking, it was, like, several engagements where they healed up in between. Like, I just kept unloading a shotgun into them. And it's like, yep, you did 1,180 points of damage. By the way, they're not dead. And you're like, I'm not the smartest man, but I feel like that's some BS going on right there. All right, so you're 100. Okay, so you're 115,000. So we're still just a little bit short of being able to buy that. Let's check on our production lines. Sawmill could probably use some wood soon. The rest of that's all going fine. Let's see. I may be stupid, but that man outsmarted the bullet. Yep. Is he talking about government getting an AMU? Standard certification security guard? Oh, I have no idea about that. Yeah, and also, like, early game, people usually don't have a lot of resources to throw around in Escape from Tarkov, so people do tend to play a little bit more cautiously, versus once you get to, like, mid and late, you know, people are sitting on a mountain of cash and grabbing, like, the absolute best gear in the game and just throwing down, so they're ready to just drop you. And you'll have a lot more people do a lot more camping stuff later on in the reset than early on. Because again, early on, people are trying to go, oh, I need to get the pocket watch, I need to get this, I need to get that. So they actually have a genuine objective in mind that they're trying to do on the map, versus I'm gonna go just troll people trying to do their early game quests before they have any equipment to do much to stop me. Like, I'm gonna go pick on the new players. Alright. So let's check on this, see how we're doing up here. Okay. So we need 6 things of long planks and 6 things of cement bags. So let's go ahead and grab this. How do you start this game? What settings? Options. I am on the hard economy. I started with $100,000 because that's the minimum, but I gave myself also $100,000 in debt, so I immediately paid off my debt, so I started effectively with $0. I have not been taking any loans at any point. No loans have been taken. I have not leased any vehicles for personal use. We have leased vehicles in the sense of when you take the contract and they give them to you. Because normally I won't even allow that when I do my challenges. But in this particular case, I'm basically waiting till I can do a Survivor Man challenge, and then we'll switch over to that when that becomes an option. We're basically waiting for mods to show up because I need a modded map to do that particular challenge. So let's grab all this and drop it off real fast over here. That might give me, let's see. Yeah, 6 units of long planks, 6 for cement. I believe I have a unit of long planks back at home. So we should be able to sell these. I'm going to grab the stuff for the temple first, because I have a full other in-game month before it's time to do our rice stuff. So my hope is I can get one more tile of land. We can deal with all of that. Maybe make some extra income off of the mushroom greenhouse that I believe they have in that tile. But yeah, that's the thing. I will say, and this is personal opinion, everyone, you know, has their own different opinions on it. For me personally, I find the hard economy settings to be my favorite. Normal's fine, but that said, the easy settings, you just get so much money so fast, it's just, you run out of things you can buy that you care about. Did you start with a farm? No, I didn't start with a farm or any of that. I chose to start with nothing. Basically, I went out of myself to start with no farm, no vehicles, I technically started with 100,000 and 100,000 debt. So I technically started with money, but then I immediately got rid of it. But that's because I wanted the challenge of building up from nothing. Because to me that's the way I enjoy playing. Like once I get like all of the end game equipment, that's when I start not having as much fun. So you just did contracts then? Yeah, so I started with contracts until I got enough to get my first piece of land. Got my first piece of land, and they've been building up from there. Yeah, it's gonna be always one, so I'll have to do it in 2. That's fine. I want to get this art tile here because I'm really hoping over there where they've got those that I can adjust the terrain. So I don't have to struggle nearly as much with this forklift because I gotta go weird angles and all that. All right. And there's the long planks. Please just sawmill at the corner of Field 27 near the hill. You regret it. Your rice paddy's in the way. Yeah, mine's also pretty rough where it's at. Like, I can get to it and all that, but the problem is lifting up the pallets and getting them back out of there has been tough. Like, the sawmill's not too bad. The greenhouse is terrible in that spot. But my hope is when I buy this tile of land up here, which is the one I'm planning on buying, that I'll be able to terraform that to make it a much smoother ramp up and down. Because if I can do that, then it should be no problem. There we go, we got our regular planks. You've tumbled down the hill more than you care to admit. They definitely played these games before you, so started with a farm with 500,000. Definitely worth it so you can learn. Oh, you never? Yeah, no, if you're a new player, give yourself money. Give yourself money to make mistakes. All right. Then go in here and lock all that in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so I don't know. Do I have any kimchi or anything over there? I probably have a thing of kimchi sitting down here ready for shipping. Alright, sorry about that. Looks like I actually have a couple things down here. Oh, I thought I was out of rice and I couldn't get any more of the rolls. Well, I mean, I appreciate that means more money is laying here, but... Alright. You're kind of winging it. Your fields are planted, you're doing contracts, you built up some greenhouses to get some income rolling. Yeah. I mean, the hardest part of the game is basically learning how to, like, handle the fields and all that. There's just a lot of stuff that, like, here's how you harvest, here's how you plow, here's how you, you know, like, fertilize. Okay, now go do it yourself. But they don't really give you any of the information about when you do it, like, what considerations there are between, like, why would I do X versus Y or any of those things. And all those things. So it is just one of those things that as a player can be a little bit rough to deal with. Alright, so we're going to go and we're again going to just drop these off at the farmer's market. I can get more money by dropping some of them off at the restaurant, some of them off at the art place. But it's not enough for me to be like, let me go way out of my way to deal with this. I didn't think we had... Oh, wait. Alright, it's counting it as on there. I think that's honestly being a little bit generous, but you know what? I'm not going to say no. Yep, I felt it was very generous that I was letting me get away with that. That's fair that it fell off. You had to learn the hard way about the field, like each steps. You're not even sure you're doing it right. Well, the good news is the only steps that you have to get right is that you have to either cultivate, plow, or something like that. Any one of the ones that prep the field. That you can't avoid. And then that you successfully seed or plant, depending on what crop you're putting there. And that you harvest. There are many other steps you can do to make your yield much better. You know, the fertilizer, the getting rid of weeds, all that kind of stuff, lime, rolling, yada yada. But very genuinely, those three I mentioned is the only things you have to do. Everything else is optional and will get you better payout, which you certainly want. But like when you're learning, if you miss liming, doesn't matter. You miss fertilizing, it's fine. Rolling? Yeah, so there's certain crops that you can roll, and they'll give you a 5% more yield per roll, and you can get, I think, up to 10. Most players don't bother. Like, even people who play a lot usually don't bother with rolling. People who are really all about maximizing the profit per field, like really peak getting it, they'll do the rollers. If I recall correctly, the order, you want to seed, then you'll seed fertilizer, then you'll roll kind of thing. I've done in the past, but I usually don't bother. Not feeling great about that one on the left. Even swath 25% yield? Yep. But yeah, there's lots of things. There is an absolute max on how much you can get for your yield bonus. And there are different paths to gain there. I don't know if it's changed or anything in this version. Okay, so step one. We got a bunch of kimchi, some of it hanging over a lot on the left. So left turns are gonna be a little spicy. We're gonna drop off by the farmer's market first. Get rid of all the kimchi and rice rolls. And we're gonna take the last of these logs over to... We're going to take what logs we've got over there. And then I got to check on what I need after that. Because I know I need more, I just won't remember the amount. Don't roll. Alright, here's the spicy turn. We have rolled on this turn, I believe, once. We have two-wheeled that turn a lot of times. You've rolled that truck so many times? Yep. Alright, we're almost to the farmer's market, and then the delivery's going to get way easier once we're done with that. But dude, is this truck just bad? You seen people doing full speed and cheaper lizard truck with no problem? No. Oh, I overshot. I mean, the thing is we can load way more on this than the lizard truck. So it's just kind of one of those things. You can stack this way higher, way easier than the lizard truck. Cool. So there's 6,000 right there. We can just zip on over and sell that. Also, the platform on here is a little bit wider. So if you're not using something like push stuff into the middle, you can end up putting it's much easier to set this like kind of off balance load. Like right now, I am still off balance to the left because I do have the block and the planks over there. Like the long planks versus just the little long planks on the other side. It's not too bad though. But yeah. So it's got farther you can reach over your wheelbase, which will make it easier to roll. And I'm pretty sure the lizard truck just has a smaller capacity, so it's harder to make it more top heavy. Because yeah, when I'm not super stacked, I can just go plowing through here at pretty good speed. But, you know, why would I take 2 or 3 reasonable trips when I can take 1 unreasonable trip? I'm also being a little bit more cautious than I probably need to be. Just because of how many places here, if I go off the side, I'm going in the drink, and then I lose my goods, and that could be a lot of money. All right. There's another 6,000. Okay. So let's get our tally of what we need. All right. So wood beam. All right. Don't need wood beams at all. So I need 6 stacks of cement blocks, and I will probably I'll still need to grab 5. So 6 cement blocks or 6 cement bags, 5 long planks. And if I'm wrong, that means just lose a little money. I just gotta remember that 6 cement. It was bags, right? We'll just get over here and teleport back and double check. I've done it every single time, and this time's gonna be no different. And once we buy all this, we'll get our new area of land. I'll need to cultivate it, do all that stuff. It was bagged 100%. Thank you. Bags is what it's been so far. It surprised me if they changed that. The visit feature is really nice. Yep. I do appreciate some fast travel. It's also good with stuff like that because the people who are like super attached to realism, they can just not use it. It's that easy. All right. So let's get our order in. So I need the cement bags. We need 6. And let's go over here. And let's double check. I'm pretty sure it's 5 from what we already tossed in there. I gotta check because somehow it got slightly off. So I just need to double check. All right. So long planks required. It does require... Yeah, so technically if we look at that, I'm 4 long planks short of it being 5. So I will need 5 of the long planks. And so now let's go grab our tractor with its forklift and get it over there. And I believe when I sell that, I'll probably still have enough to buy the plow land. Otherwise, I could try and grab a contractor or two really fast and do those. Contract-wise, anything good? No. Okay. We're going to try and cut across this as best we can. To get to the lumber mill? Not lumber mill. Warehouse. Get to the warehouse, get all that stuff, and get that going. And then once we start getting over there, I will start the where people can enter for the next giveaway. I am starting about 20-something minutes before I actually do the giveaway. And that'll be for another copy of this game and its DLC. Because kindly enough that we've been doing these objectives that like we got over there for dare drops, and each one we complete, we do get a key. I still am waiting. So I'm supposed to have 3 keys. I've got 2 of them. We just gave one away earlier today. I'm still waiting on one of them. So this is the last key I'll be able to give out today. And then as I get the other keys, I will give those out. Okay, let me go ahead and do that right now. We can go giveaway start. So we're going to do the drawing for the giveaway at what's going to be 3 a.m. my time, so about 20 minutes from now. So if you would like to get a copy of Farming Simulator 25 and its DLC for Steam, you're going to want to do ! giveaway space enter. You do not need to be following the channel. You do not need to be subbed to the channel. Nothing like that. But what will end up happening is when we have the drawing, you will need to be here. We'll draw your name and we'll say, hey, name of person, you know, you have won, you know, and then you'll be asked to say something in chat, and all you have to do is say something in chat being like, yeah, I won it, whatever. And then once we do that, I will direct message you on Twitch with the keys. But if you're not here, you don't get it, we'll wait like 1 minute to give you a chance to respond, and if we don't hear anything, we'll just do another drawing for someone else. And if you show up after that happens, it's too little too late. Hey, Jody. And for those over on YouTube, I do apologize. This is on the Twitch side, and that's just because making the bot work between both doesn't work very well. So if you want to get involved in the giveaway, you will have to be on the Twitch side. It's the same username, Rual Storge over here. I need to actually stop saying that because I have switched the usernames on there to Rual Storge Live and Rual Storge Gaming. So it is Rual Storge on Twitch if you want to enter the giveaway. That's going for another 20 minutes. You know, get those stretches and all that in here in a minute. But yeah, that is via dare drops. That's the whole reason we have like the hashtag dare drops and ad. Technically, like, I'm not getting paid for this. Dare drops you can sometimes get paid through, but this particular case we're not. But I'd rather played, you know, safely, not. Hey, Jody. Yeah, so if you're here trying to win the game and all that, you got to do ! giveaway enter. Like the word enter. But I'm doing good. It is the Steam version of the game, by the way, for those who are curious. It is the Steam version, not the version strictly for the thing. No, it's a, if you look up, it'll say ! giveaway space enter that everyone's typing. You just gotta copy what they're doing. If you get it right, it'll have the thing that, like, you know, you have entered. No rush, always do your self-care. No future. You won, right? Oh no, we did not finish I Am Future. We are very far along that it definitely feels like we are going to finish the next one. So we'll have one more stream of I Am Future, and then I expect we will finish it, you know, so far as getting roll credits kind of win. I do imagine I got a number of hours to 100% it, but I probably will. There you go. Hi. Nyah. Doom just came to the room to crash in the sleep, or I keep saying sleeping bag, because that's how it's being used. Beanbag chair, that's the one. The future tower thing will be easier than this. Oh yeah, no, the tower is definitely a shorter goal than the temple is. Nudge that in there, and we're good to go. Just so I don't accidentally smack it and go sending those sailing off. Yep. Yeah, and I am deliberately not putting in the title as a giveaway. Yes, I understand, like, if I put that in the title, I'd have a whole bunch of people join, bump my numbers. And that's honestly probably a good thing for me as a creator. I want to keep the rewards for people who are here to see what we're doing, and not people who showed up specifically for the giveaway. This is a pretty good map? Yeah, I enjoy it. Like, I know a lot of people don't like this warehouse, which is honestly fair. But I kind of like that the warehouse is kind of a little pain, because realistically, other than building the temple, when are you going to use the warehouse? Pretty much never. When is the giveaway? The giveaway is going to be in about 18 minutes. Sorry, 16 minutes. Somewhere about there. I don't have like an exact time, but I'm shooting for around the 8-hour mark for my stream. And I do stream for 9 hours. So the idea was to do one giveaway 1 hour after I started the game. And then, 1 hour from the end of when I wrap up the game. That way, people who could only get here at the first part had a chance, and people who could only make it for the second part has a chance. And if you're here for the whole time, it means you got 2 chances. We'll get some updates this week. Yeah, no, they've been doing some like bug fixes and all that. Like I know they got stuck for a little while. I don't know what the status was. That something happened when the game launched on the Epic Store that they had to focus on dealing with something there. Something went wrong with the launch on that side. I didn't catch the details. Where like, did it just not go live, or was there some bug with the Epic Store that was causing crashes? I have no idea because I'm not on Epic. But I imagine that probably took their focus for a little while. Like, I'm pretty happy with the game in its current state for the moment. Like, there is the black flicker that a lot of people are getting. I hope that gets resolved. Which I noticed I'm not getting that today. So I didn't get it the first 2 days, then I had it for 2 or 3 days, and then I didn't get it again for 2-3 days, and then I had it for a day. So it's been very inconsistent for me. But knock on wood, hopefully it's done. But I'm more waiting on the Survivor Man challenge-esque mods, map mods, so I can get a map that I build up from scratch myself. I just know, from what I understand, the map editor isn't available yet. I could be wrong about that. My understanding of why that is because this is a new version of the engine. The existing map editor, doesn't work, the old one. So they just have to update it, kind of thing. And, that versus getting the engine working and all that, and getting the game released and all that, that takes second billing. Because, like, I'm sure they have a map editor for themselves. But usually stuff like that, you gotta make a lot of adjustments for what is good for the developer team versus what's good for, like, releasing for everyone else to use. Alright, so we got you. So that should be everything I need for this stage of the temple. And I think this is going on what? Stage 9? This is like stage 9 we're in right now. I actually don't remember stage 9 or 10. We've been killing it today, so we're way too much weight on the left side again. That's, I feel like, the only problem with this truck is it's really easy to put weight kind of outside where your wheels are, which is when you start getting real big concerns about rolling. You love the rice texture? Yeah, the rice is good. We've been mostly growing rice on our farm. So my hope is we'll still have like the 115, 16,000 that we need after this to buy our next tile of land. And then we get to see what's on that tile, see if there's any buildings we just want to get rid of. If there are buildings there that we can leverage, we'll leverage them. Like, it looks like there was a mushroom greenhouse on that tile we could potentially put to use. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to the modded maps the most, because I generally mod very lightly in my games. But while the maps that are in the base game are great, where they have all that, I kind of want a map that is missing a bunch of stuff to give me, like, I don't want there to already be a sawmill, I want to make a sawmill. Like, I wouldn't mind a map that had, like, a little teeny tiny town or whatever, with a couple of sell points in it or whatever. But generally speaking, I much prefer do stuff myself. Because you can kind of make it your own. You love No Man's Land in 22? Yep. Oh ho 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 ho. We saved it. Need to just get a weight for the truck to put on the bottom. It's fine. I'll just not learn my lesson. Maybe the cement's much heavier than I'm gonna. Maybe a cheap trailer? Ah, no, this has been going perfectly fine for us. We have rolled it over once or twice, but we've never rolled it over in a way I wasn't able to just drive a tractor over and just immediately pop it up back real quick. You heard they're gonna bring Western Wilds over? Oh, the map? Yeah, I'm curious. I had heard, and this is again like second, third hand information. I had heard that No Man's Land, it'll be someone else making it. I guess like the person who made it just isn't gonna maintain it anymore, which is fine. Alright, so that's good. So we got enough money here. So we look at this, we should have more than enough of everything. Yeah, so we got enough planks long, and we got enough cement bags. Let your work here. Yeah, we'll see. It could just be that the mod person just... Is there a rescue service or something if you roll over? So there's two things you can do. One is you can fix it yourself. Get like a forklift or other tool to like pull it back up onto its wheels. The other thing you can do is you can go and... Sorry, the other thing you can do is reset a vehicle. The problem with resetting a vehicle is you'll lose anything inside the vehicle when you reset it. So if it's full of fertilizer, it's gone. Alright, so we can buy this land. So that's mine now. So the question is, what are these things? I think these are just buildings for aesthetics, which means they're dead to me. We do have a mushroom barn here, or mushroom greenhouse. That's just another building that serves no purpose. We now own the property that we have our own home. So let's look at our construction tools and see what trouble we can get ourselves into. So you can go to construction tools. Yeah, so it doesn't tell me what these are. There's no... So that's our mushroom thing. These don't have an input-output, so I'm assuming those are purely, like, cosmetic, no functionality. Same with you. You got no input-output. It is just a barn. Again, no input-output, so I think those are all cosmetic. That's cosmetic. So let's go ahead... So I can't remove that. We'll sell the barn, which weirdly deleted that as well. Sell the barn. So all you people have been living on this property, you're no longer welcome here. You all have been evicted. I'm not allowed to evict them. It's my land, get off. It's like, but we helped you get everything running. And you're like, yeah, well, that's your mistake, not mine. Area is restricted. It's that tree. Oh, that's so much better. Still cursed on this angle. Let's, Let's go burn up some money here. Now it's smooth this land. Okay, so that tree is gonna need to go. Yeah, the tree needs to go. And I realize I don't have a way to get rid of the stump yet, so we won't worry about that, but that's gonna be so much better. So very much better for taking the forklift. So new plan for this building is we're gonna go in here. We're gonna grab that. And for the stuff that's we've got selling, you're going to change your output to storing to sell it as able. Those are all set to store. You are going to be storing. We are going to activate you. But you need to drop the water there. All right. So with that, what we can do is I'll need to grab my tractor. And it's going to have to come the entire way back. Oh, money goes down fast? Yes. Terraforming can be pretty costly. But yeah, we were definitely the Oh, missed that one. We'll let that one go. We were definitely the kind of person who was like, this is the family farm, and then we were given ownership, and we immediately went, it's now it's now Sunshine Farms Incorporated. You can apply for jobs if you want to stay. We may not accept you. We definitely were the son who fully incorporated and was just like, it's not a family business anymore. With all that, as a reminder, we are doing a giveaway. So ! giveaway space enter. I should probably have pinned that message. Let me do that real fast. Oh, it's gonna be way up here, isn't it? Giveaway enter. Where is the initial message? Pin. I know, car. I'm busy. All right. Oh, it's. I just need to remember to actually get rid of that one, John. We are doing a giveaway. Oh, quiet. I'm doing stuff. We are doing a giveaway for this game and its DLC on Steam. Like the full game, everything on Steam. You just have to do ! giveaway space enter. We got it through dare drops for finishing the challenges that we've been doing. So the challenges we've done is we harvested rice, nice and easy challenge. We harvested all of the new crops, the spinach, the rice, the beans, the peas, the green beans, all that. That was another one we did. The third one we did, which I am definitely going to remember what was. Oh, we sold stuff. We sold some of the new stuff from the greenhouse. That was another challenge we did. And then the last 2 challenges we have left, you can see up there, which is to have a $1 million in our account without taking any loans and build the temple, which is what we've been working on. So where you're like, man, for going for $1 million, you're not getting very far. We've been spending all of our money on the temple and then slowly expanding our operation to better situate ourselves for making money when we now tick off the temple box. Then we can start working on just making lots of cash. The drawing will be in about 2 minutes. 2 minutes and some change. We'll do the drawing. And I'm going to go ahead and just so we don't get interrupted by the ad, let's snooze the ad. Oh, the whole place is so much different now that all those buildings are gone. I was like, wait a second, where is everything? Ooh. I don't think we make this into any kind of field up here. It's a decent amount of space, but we could always just make this where we keep our equipment. So let's drop that off, because we need to get water into our mushroom greenhouse. Yeah, I looked at there, I was like, ooh, this could be a field. But with everything we've done over here, like if I hadn't built any of that stuff over there or the greenhouse, I could see making that into a much larger field, and that would probably reasonably make sense. All right. And as a reminder, for the giveaway, what'll happen is you will have, like, the names will be drawn. Well, name, individual, singular, will be drawn. And that person will need to say something in chat within, like, 1 minute of the drawing to let us know that they are still here. And if they're not here, we will do the next drawing. So you upgrade the water tank? Yeah, we did that a couple streams ago. I left the door open. Yeah, so that tree we definitely want to get rid of. But I can't get rid of it, like, properly until we get a, the mulching stuff. But then I should be able to smooth that out and make this a lot nicer. So we're going to fill up all our greenhouses and all that kind of good stuff. That'll be good news. Alright, so it's going to be last call for the drawing. Last call for the drawing. If you want to go ahead and get into the giveaway, you're like, you got to be doing that right now while I'm busy getting positioned again. Because I'm about to draw it, and if you are too late, that is just too dang bad. So let's go ahead here and see who is our winner. Giveaway draw. And the winner is Gimris. Gimris, if you are here, say something in chat within the next minute, and we will... There you go. That was very quick. All right. And so what I'm going to quickly do is hop over to where I've got that key, which is definitely here somewhere, and I definitely didn't accidentally close it. Did I really close it? No. No, I didn't close it. All right. So making sure I've got the right key and everything. This should be it. So I am going to quickly pop over here and send you a message. So I'm going to whisper you. Okay, and those are different keys than the one I sent out earlier. Yes. Okay, cool. So you should have that key in your whispers on Twitch. In your direct message. I'll unpin this key, because that should no longer be valid because people are going to use it. And if the key gives you any problems, let me know. I don't know what I'll be able to do about it, but I can complain to someone, I guess. But congratulations, and I hope you enjoy the game and all that stuff. And thank you, Shaw696 for the 60 stream streak, catching the last 60 without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. Those are the only 2 keys I'm giving out tonight, because they're the only 2 keys I have that I can give out tonight. Hopefully this other key that I earned the other day will come in so I can give it out soon. Otherwise, once we get either the $1 million or the temple done, then, you know, in some number of days after we get the clip, I'll be able to get those out. Do you really only take that much water? Really? Ah, it's a medium greenhouse. You know what? That's fine. I didn't have to buy it, so that's good enough for me. We'll ultimately want to not have a medium one later. But we topped off the water there. We can race over here. And everything's full up. But so congratulations on the 2 people who got their keys today. The keys do indeed work? Good. I haven't had that problem yet, but I have heard horror stories of people who they gave out a key and it just wasn't valid. And then they're like, "Oh, what do I do?" Because as a content creator, you don't want to be in that situation where like, "Oh, I feel really bad because, you know, this person was all excited about getting a key and then they don't get it." At the same time, it's not like we make a whole lot of money. They could turn around and be like, "Oh, I feel bad. Here, take $60." Like, I mean, I probably would do that, but I would be pretty upset about it. Okay. For right now, I think we will keep this field to the side. Is this already cultivated? It's already cultivated and fully fertilized. So I'm probably going to ruin it. And just in case, because I haven't done this before, so I don't know if this will break anything or not, let's go up here. And I'm going to manually save my game. And we're going to go to buy, construction. Oh, I want to do it this side first. Remember how this works correctly. All right, let's see what happens. Are you done? Okay, finish. All right. In those situations that complicate, as a viewer, you don't really know if it's legitimately the streamer's fault or whatever. Yeah. It's one of those things that, like, it's bad for everyone involved. Alright, so let's check. Did that wipe out the fertilizer? It probably did. But it looks like it's counting that as cultivate already. We got, like, a little lip on the edge, that's fine. Yeah, still 100% fertilized. Alright, so that is perfect. There were no contracts I cared about. I am broke as heck, so we're not buying anything. I mean, that would have been nice, but that's still... For right now, this is all fine. I don't care. And so we go ahead and do this. So we are now no longer automatically selling the pallets for like all the strawberries and tomatoes and all that stuff, because it does look like I'll be able to get at that much easier. So it'll be easier for me to go, this is the month we sell. Which I believe the strawberries and all that are in January. I have no idea when the mushrooms sell. February was when I should have sold them. Weirdly, it completely changes here between there, but that said, it's still showing as really high at the restaurant. This is supposed to be the implied prices. These have not aligned at all with predictions whatsoever. That's fine. I'll wing it. I won't worry about it. I'm still gonna want to... Wait, what is that symbol? What? Do I have a beehive on here that I'm just blissfully unaware of? Sir, are you hiding bees on your property? You are hiding bees on your property. Well, with that in mind, we are going to quickly go here to purchasing stuff. We can go to construction, and I don't remember what this is under. Yeah, we have the bees, but what we need is the bee sell point. That'll do for now. Cool. So we have bees. I didn't realize we owned bees. Were there any contracts I'm gonna really want to go out of my way for? No. And then I wanted to check up here at the temple. Alright, so you're still processing. I'm going to want you back regardless, because I'm going to need this for selling goods and whatever. Because now we're going to have honey as a good. We're going to have the mushrooms and all that. We're going to have all those good things. One of the things we'll ultimately want to change eventually is where we're we're making the kimchi in like the little preserving place. We'll definitely want to get the bigger one where you don't have to fight with it as much. I do like that we can buy property and then delete everything on it. You know, make it our own. So let's get you all the way over here. Was there anything on sale we wanted? No. As if we have money to do anything right now. We just spent another 100,000 on property. Because you played on that farm for days and you didn't know it had bees? Well, that was the thing. I pulled up the map and I saw the bee icon. I was like, wait a second, there's bees? I think we noticed that there was bees previously and I completely forgot about it. They're not going to make us much money. I made the mistake in trying to do some strategy around trying to figure out what would be the best strategy for me for a recorded Survivor Man challenge run. And I was like, hey, if I get bees, they literally have no input and an output, so they literally just make infinite money. And then I came to realize it takes the bees without like any other stuff like over 10 years to pay themselves off or something ridiculous. It's like, oh, yeah, let's not cut this corner anymore. I forgot that has a pretty strong lip there. That's fine. Yeah, so I want to change this area eventually, get ourselves some garages or whatever, but right now, that's not a problem. So we can save all that. We'll let these build up. Yeah, so all those need to build up their goods. I don't think we have anything to do that I need to get done today. Let's check on our sawmill. Production lines. So we need wood. Alright, so that's what we need to do. So we need you to drop this. And go grab the winch. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. The bees are more about making other things better. That the bees themselves, they do make you a little bit of money, but it's really negligible. But when it comes to what they do for other stuff, giving you more money out of what you already own, That's the whole thing. Oh wait, I don't have to go as far. Hey trees, how you doing, friends? Have you ever been wanted to be deforested? All right. Okay. So we can grab this. Yep, just come on. The guess your honey is used in at least some products. At least it was for some modded things. I believe used honey with cereal in the Farm Sim 22. Like it wasn't worthless. It's just one of those things that, generally speaking, you weren't doing bees because you're trying to make money with honey. The honey was just like a little nudge of money. Okay, so you're at 8,000. We definitely need more than that. But yeah, long term, I could see taking this area that's like a little hill here and putting it to much better use. I could see putting a building for production up here. I could see converting into more fieldland. I'd see a lot of different things we could do with it. All right. The hard part's gonna be going through. Let's see. You hate how that works. It should pull all of the wood mass, attach the winch at once. Yeah, like the way it like disconnects. I understand why it is. But it's still those things. All right. These might be problematic because I've got there and get stuck in everything. You can do it. You know what? It's fine. Even if I don't grab you right now, I'll grab you in the future. Okay. Do bees raise the price of harvested material? They give you more harvested material. So they're worth doing, but it's only certain materials. So it's like canola, sunflowers, stuff like that. All right. Okay. The game said no. That tree, that was not the right tree, chat. That was the wrong tree. Yeah, no, we hard crashed. Like the game died. Like my computer's still up, but the game died. Is that our first or second crash we've had, just period, since we started playing in general? Not like this stream, just at all. I think it was the physics where it was like pinching on the cabin. When it's attached, it just went, I don't know what to do. So I think the physics did not care for that. That tree was an ent? Yeah, something like that. And I know our music's overlapping, we're just putting up with it for just a minute here. So we'll be set back a little bit. The worst we could be possibly set back is to where I manually saved making the field. I don't know how far back we got set. The good chance we got set back before we did the trees. But I want to say it saves like every 15 minutes or so, so it's probably not too bad. Okay, so let's check here. So tractor's not here. Okay, so we were not at the point where we were doing the trees yet. Let's check the bees. Because the thing I did before that was I set up the bee sell point. The bee's sell point is there. Yeah, so it was basically right before we cut down these trees. Yeah, so we just basically lost dealing with the trees is all. Alright. So I'm not gonna fight to do some silly tree shenanigans. We're just gonna drag this over. Be nice and clean with it. Nothing fancy. It's not too bad, unlike what happened to Farm Sim 22, like losing hours. I didn't typically lose that. Farm Sim 22, I believe, has the exact same thing by default. 15 minutes for every save. I want to say that's the default. All right. So I've got you. Okay, and so when we knock these out, that should be enough that we, that I feel good just leaving it the way it is. These aren't particularly big trees. Oh. Okay, so how much are you up to now? Still only 9,000. If we go back to do those really tall trees, I'm going to save before it just in case it's something wrong with the really tall trees. And you see we have all those trees on the edge of the property. That will go eventually. Right now I'm kind of sticking to where we've been deforesting and just growing that spot. All right. Alright, and so with that, we can bring this back, and that'll be enough. It'll be over 10,000, which is enough for me to feel content. Yeah, I think it's probably just the fact that, like, it was pinching and, like, crushing on the cabin, that when it disappeared, something in the physics, you know, like, integer overflowed or something, where it's just like, how much force should be involved? All of it. All of the force that is ever forced in the force. Alright, so with this, what we're going to go ahead and do is drop off our winch again. Scooch on over here. And I'm not too worried about these contracts. None of them are particularly exciting to me. With that, the sawmill is good. All of the rest of these are totally fine. So are you keeping the extra in here? You are. So it is keeping the surplus in here, and what'll end up happening is when it comes to like January, when I go to sell all this, I'll just kick all of that out and we'll go grab it. So with that, I don't see a reason to drag this month out. We can advance our time, and then this is a big day so far as stuff I need to do. I might go a little long tonight, just things are going well, so it's good to see what happens. Cool. So I've got that. We will start seeing some better contracts around now, so you've got like the weeding contracts and all that. But first, sawmill's fine for today. Preserved food's fine for the day. Mushrooms are happening. That's all happening. Yeah, the saplings are fine, but it is planting day for saplings. So that's going to be a whole big thing. But before we get into that, is there anything with the temple you want to look at real quick? You want one more cement bag. Alright. I will do that first really fast. And I'm not even going to bring everything. I'm literally just going to grab the forklift, grab a cement bag, and shove it in there real quick. Yeah, so just plan from now on, every time I'm going to grab one more of each thing that I think I need. Oh, I know what I need to do. Because I need these flooded to plant, this actually works out. Let's run over here, start all of the fields flooding. Because I can't plant them yet anyways. Oh, what size did you say this field was? About 1 acre. Alright, so we got our 4 rice fields now. So we can get them all flooding. You try again. Morning. You said morning, and your PC just dropped Twitch and had to restart. Gotcha. Well, good morning, Randall Thor. I just noticed we got a little bit of screen flickering, which is weird. So until we had that crash and we rebooted, we didn't have screen flickering. So that's a bummer, but that's fine. Okay, so I've got all 3 of our fields flooding right now. We're gonna buy the 1 bag of cement to put some more work in on the temple. By then, we'll hopefully have those fields flooded, and it'll be time to seed all of the rice ever. Not really, but it'll be a lot of rice. We will have added about a third to half more rice than we already had. And this time we're going to check because it does seem that for the first 2-3 months we want to keep flooding the field, and then we do not want to flood the field after that. What do I have parked over there? Okay, whatever. But yeah, so run over here. We'll drop this off real fast. Because in the good chance what'll happen is the next day or so, it'll be time to do the next round. No, that'll go. But yeah, so it'll be good because we'll be able to take some of those mushrooms we're making. We'll be able to take the strawberries and all that and start selling them. We'll be able to take all the other stuff. Even if I don't sell them at peak, because I was selling them directly for it, I think they eat like 40% of the money I would make if I automatically sell versus manually sell. Like, it's whatever it is, it's a decent chunk. Your dupes love fried mushrooms? I mean, fried mushrooms are amazing. Alright. Yeah, so grab the one thing of cement bags, run that over the temple. And that's going to have us in like stage 10 or something of the temple. And I don't know how much longer it can go. I'm a little scared because we've been putting a lot of effort into it. It just keeps going and going and going. Gassing up while we're sitting here. Yeah, so drop off the 1 cement. Most likely, we will end up sending this back all the way over in the next couple of in-game days to grab all the stuff to sell, to start the next stage. We might hit that point where we don't have enough money in the bank to complete a stage all in one go, but I think it was worth it for all the expansion we did. I think after this move, our choices are we can buy more land next or start upscaling our equipment or our production lines. I don't know what we do with the mushrooms for production lines. I haven't looked. They could be preserved. Would certainly be something. They could be, like, I don't think I saw them under oil, but mushrooms do have an oil to them. Will him smash him, stick him in a stew? Yes. Granted, I've never had, like, mushroom, like, smashed mushroom. But definitely, you can do a lot of stuff. Let's see. Construction.
Thank you, Thrall, for subscribing for 3 months. Huzzah, 3 months.
And thank you, Thrall, for the Prime Gaming sub. You'll get one of those a month and you used it here. So I really do appreciate that. The 3 months you've been subbed to the channel. And it does mean a whole heck of a lot that you wouldn't just support the channel, but you keep supporting it. So I do hope you've been enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Alright. So I was trying to see is if the building we have that preserves stuff for kimchi and all that, if it accepts mushrooms as well. So like do like canned mushrooms or something. And see if we can't make some money doing that. Because I can't think of any of the other production lines that I remember that would accept that. The mushrooms, that is. So I need a bag of cement. Well, let's check real fast, because I'm curious about that. So if we go to construction... Not seeing mushrooms there. And it could be that they don't have a production line. I'm thinking that's what we're looking at. Is we're looking at like soy, which doesn't have a production line in the base game. It's just kind of seen as a cash crop. I think that's exactly what the mushrooms are. So the mushrooms are literally just to be sold. Is what I'm getting from this. Fair enough. That's fine. Oh, it's not lowered. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I was sitting there, like, I'm hearing it bang on the ground. Why is it not doing it? It's like, oh, wait, never mind. I usually don't lift it. It's just when you put it away, it automatically lifts. All right, so let's run this temple to the current stage the temple gets done. Like I said, I'll probably have to sit there and do the whole lap back and forth for whatever the next batch is. But with this, I mean, the whole time we have been flooding our fields to get them ready for rice planting. So then we'll work on planting our rice. And then the thing we haven't been doing that apparently we're supposed to be doing is reflooding the field each month until, like, the rice is done. Well, till you hit the point where the rice is, like, in stage 3 or whatever. So that's why I've been getting weeds. Because I didn't realize I needed to reflood it again and again. So I'll drop this off, then we can start doing the rice planting, because by then it should probably be full. Are you doing month per day? Yes. Did you find what you needed in I Am Future? I did. So we made a lot of progress. We're not done yet, but I think we are on that, like, this is the final thing. Like, it very clearly is feeling very much along that line. We got a big reveal in the story I won't spoil. So I was pretty happy with that, but it does sound like we're gonna have one more stream of I Am Future to, you know, put a bow on it, as it were. Because as fast as our Nano Forge is, like, it's thankfully not slow with the other ones. It does seem like I'll be able to knock out fully upgrading my equipment and all that pretty quick. So that'll be really good news. Like, I'm willing to bet there's a good chance we will finish I Am Future pretty quickly tomorrow. Because while the materials I need, it does need a very large amount, I don't foresee having problems getting those because we've been hoarding materials and we've all but cleared everywhere we've been. And I also didn't build out a giant elaborate complex or anything like that. Okay. We can drop this off to get that tiny little bit of cement we still need. And I'm going to run up here and see if I notice any difference. Okay, so it now wants 4,000 wood beams. Let's wait on that. There, so you're all topped off, and these are all flooded nice and good. So let's switch you over to, you're already on steering assist. That's perfect. So I got some heckin' fields to seed. And all of these should be at 100% fertilizer this time. So we can get all of our fields seeded for all of our rice. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There you go, you can make that correction real fast. You've got the nice little fun ripple we're pushing along. So it's gonna take us a little while to get all these fields seeded. That'll be fine. I do wonder how the AI does on these, because you can turn these extremely sharply. I do wonder if it's a thing that if I took the last field, I said, hey AI, go do this, would it do an okay job, or would it be horrendously bad at it? Okay. It is neat the way, like, you have almost that green webbing through. That's the thing that threw me off the last time was I thought there was something wrong. But apparently that's just when you're at maximum fertilizer it does that. Maybe I'll hand this over to the AI for just a... Well, no, we probably don't want to. What contracts do we have as well? Is there a contract I could chuck an AI at to make some good money? That weeding one's not bad. Because that's something I could do while I'm seeding, is trying to get a little bit more money in, so I can get the next stage queued up for the temple. So when I need to refill our seeds, we'll take 2 seconds, we'll grab the weeding contract, we'll set the AI over there and tell it to go do the job. Because it should be able to make a couple thousand off of that at least. Alright. And we did learn last time just the way these things work for taking those rice things out. It does seem like you genuinely don't want to turn around early. Like, don't be like, oh, I'm down to 10%, turn it around. Like, run it out. Because otherwise, when you go to reload it, it doesn't want to reload the whole thing just with how it reloads. Because they're not loose seeds, or these, like, little, sapling things. And so it can't do partial sapling things. And so it can literally limit you by, like, a third of a fill if you don't do it that way. Alright. It's also interesting how little, like it says like 5 liters of rice. And it takes me a long time to actually get through those 5 liters. Like, it does not use material very fast while we're doing all this. Alright. Thank you so much for everyone who's been hanging out tonight and all that good stuff. It means a whole heck of a lot. People have been very generous and supportive and all that. Hanging out, like, you know, yeah, we had giveaways, but people didn't know about that coming into it, so that's not why they're here, and it means a whole lot. It's also been fun being able to switch between a bunch of games. We've been doing a lot of Farm Sim on here. We've been doing I Am Future for the first half. Most likely we'll be wrapping up I Am Future on my next stream at the beginning. And after that, I am thinking Astroneer's Glitches DLC, which is the new one that just came out this past week. For doing that at the beginning of the stream instead of I Am Future, since we'll have finished it. And that should be fun, because Astroneer is a good time. I'm still surprised that, like, after all this time, like, you didn't see anything happening with Astroneer, and then suddenly they're like, by the way, here's a DLC. Surprise. And so it's like, okay. I mean, I'm not going to complain about more game. It's only like $7 for the DLC too, so... And it's sad. I bought the DLC, and then I figured out how I could have gotten the DLC from the team. Like, whether or not they gave it to me or whatever would be one thing. But I figured out what channels they were using to give it out. Yeah, Astroneer should be good. We'll see. Like, I know I'll enjoy it because I played it before I started streaming. And it's as well as ones I'll play on the stream. If it resonates, we keep playing it. If it doesn't, we don't. Easy enough. Alright, so let's take this over here real fast. And before we get on with that, let me grab this contract. So we're going to borrow these items. And I'm going to get that contract as well. I'm just going to shove the AI over on this, because the AI will be able to make me a couple $1,000. And if all goes well, I might be able to get the next stage of the temple started again. And knock out like 3 or 4 stages of the temple all in one stream, which would be great. Well, buddy, if you're going to stop, don't stop in the intersection. I get people don't want to wait on tractors. But also, come on, man. And for those who don't know what Astroneers is, it's a survival crafting game, but you, like, drop onto a planet. And the big gimmick is, like, you have this limited range, you get oxygen from your buildings. And so you always have to kind of stay close to your buildings and all that. It's just one of those things. Unexpected, no field found. Don't do this to me. I don't want to be working on this field. I want to be planting my things. Look, why are you being this way? Create job. Field work. This field. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, well, I guess we're doing this too. This is not what I wanted to be spending my time on. You know what? We don't get penalized for that. I'm just gonna fail those quests or those contracts. We'll lose the $600 for the lease, but that's what it is. All right. Because I want to be working on this. And I mean, maybe I could have handed this over to the AI. I probably, honestly, when that failed, I probably should have just handed this over to the AI. But we have done all of our own fields ourselves thus far. So I figure might as well keep doing them ourselves. Plus, the rice doesn't really pay a whole lot of money for us just yet. Which I'm hoping, because we're going to have some of the stuff a little bit better managed this time, we'll get a lot better money. Because we should be at 100% fertilizer, we should be able to keep the weeds from being a problem. So it should be a good, as good of a harvest as we're going to get out of these fields. All right. That's the one and only downside about hiring the workers is, on the hard economy, they can start running up your bill pretty quickly. So you gotta make sure whatever you're putting them on, at least they're making it worth your while. And there's a lot of contracts that very genuinely just won't. Yeah, there are no other good contracts here? As far as stuff to grab them? Probably not. Like, in a pinch, if I have to get more money for temple stuff, we can deal with that. I'm actually expecting those mushrooms and all that to be pretty good for us. Let's see, how does rice growing work compared to others, more standard crops? So the big thing is we have to flood our field before we're allowed to plant the rice. And then once we plant the rice, we need to flood the field for the next 2 in-game months, and then we stop flooding the field, and there's that. I have found you basically don't need a to fertilize your field or herbicide or anything like that, so it saves those steps. You do still need to cultivate or plow or whatever per normal. I haven't seen it mention lime at any point either, so I don't know if like we just do this a couple of harvests and they'll be like, hey, by the way, lime, because it's not every single year you need to lime a field. But it does seem like you flood the field instead of having to deal with weeds and all that. And that, you know, also does seem to save you money on fertilizer. So it seems like it actually has less steps to it. It's just this flooding mechanic that you have to do instead, which all you do to flood is you just go to the pump and say, flood this. Yeah, it seems nice that it's different enough. Well, that's what you're going to find for a lot of crops, is they will be different enough in normal ways. Like, the olives and grapes, a lot of people don't like them because the harvesters make a big, like, U over them, so you can get snagged on the, orchards, like, wiring really easily. But they have a lot of stuff that you just don't need to worry about compared to other crops. But, like, they have just a very different harvester and a very different set of steps to dealing with them. And I want to say sugarcane is similar to that as well. Then, like, the root crop just have different equipment, but are otherwise mostly the same. That does make them pretty unpopular, because the equipment they get is very laborious. Alright, we'll just roll on down the hill to the next field. But yeah, so generally you'll find there'll be like sets of crops that each set of crop will have its own its own thing that makes it a little bit different. So you haven't tickled with the game, really. You're still new to, anyways, so you started without the star farm and doing contracts to learn your way up the game. Yeah, that's fair. I think contracts are a very good way of approaching it anyways. Because they'll let you try a whole bunch of different crops to figure out, I don't like this crop, I do like that crop. Do more of what you want and less of what you don't. Yeah, so we got this field and that field and then the one field on the far side. Yeah, so the only real big downside of the regular rice is the equipment has a pretty small width, and there is just no bigger equipment. But then you have the long grain rice, which is a bit weird in that it kind of is a little like rice, but kind of a little bit like the regular crop. My understanding is you plant it, then you flood it. You quickly learn to avoid beetroot and other root crops. Yeah, they can be decent with a group of people, like actual people dealing with them, but only if one, you're fairly coordinated, and two, just in those situations. With the bot is just very frustrating to deal with. I am curious with the right trailer. I did see people talk about taking the hired help, have them do it, and then switch over to yours. Change the width for your steering assist to be the same as the harvester instead of its actual width. And that's supposedly, with that, you can get to line up to be much easier where you can just hit the button and go. I haven't tested it myself. I'm a bit dubious because really the biggest problem with the AI is where it does like the little like kind of cutouts on the edge of the field so it can turn around in there. That those cutouts seem to be the place that is incredibly frustrating. Because it won't continue the cutout unless you're underneath it. But also, trying to ride along with it while it's doing that is really difficult. Come on, finish right here at the end. Fine, I'm just gonna go like the 2 inches to make it run out. So you can do a full load. Alright. Let's go get some more seeds. Well, saplings. Now, it looks like you got some kimchi to sell up here. Yeah, it looks like one greenhouse of the rice covers a lot of fields. Alright, we'll keep working on the field we're already working on before we take on the next one. Okay. Oh yeah, another thing is you cannot fertilize the rice fields while they're flooded. So like I said, it ends up not being an issue because it does seem like they do get fertilizer. They do get enough fertilizer by just doing your laps to deal with that. But do you have to grow rice seed in the greenhouse before putting them in the field? Yes. Or you can buy them. Instead of like buying like seed, you can turn around and buy the saplings and just use them that way. That is an option as well. But one would assume just using the greenhouse, because the greenhouse costs like nothing to run. It's like $2 a month to run. And just a tiny bit of water. So running is just not a big deal. Okay. So the thing we'll do is we will test the AI on that top field, the little one up there, and just see if the AI handles these turns well. I'll probably take over pretty quickly on from there. But I just want to see, like, okay, if I were to hand this over to the AI for future seasons, like, would this be financially ruining? Or would the AI plug away at it a pretty good space that, yeah, it'll cut into our profits, but if I have other things I'm working on, it would be okay to hand it over while I work on other things. Alright, so getting the last of our headlands done. Because I'm genuinely wondering if it'll handle these turns better than I, as the human player, have been. Gotcha. I mean, I don't mind, like, how they do it, as long as it's, like, time-wise isn't too bad. Like, basically, if I have the AI do it, will they do it in a timely enough manner that the amount they're charging me for... Oh, I can go ahead and slow down time again. Like, basically, would it be reasonable for me to do that? Because on the hard economy settings, there's a lot of things that if you just don't have tools of a certain size or bigger, and you hand it to the AI and have them do the work, you end up losing money, and it's just not worth it for you to do that. What's hotkey for speeding up and slowing down time? I think it's either 7 or 8 or 8 or 9. It's just numbers. I have to think about it. Yeah, I think it's 8. I think it's 7 and 8. I have it on my mouse, so I've got to think about where those numbers are located. And also, like, your cruise control speed up, speed down, and turn on cruise control. That is 1 and 2 speed up, speed down. 3 is to turn on and off cruise control. And cruise control can be extremely nice for a lot of these things. What's going to happen in this next ad break is I'm going to use the restroom real fast. Grab myself a new drink and all that. I'm going to go until I start all of our rice fields are planted. Okay. There you go, pretty close to getting this field done. And I only have 2 fields left to go. As you're using a small triangle rice field for free water for your greenhouses. Yeah, no, I feel like that's gonna be a really common thing. Like, by all means, everyone can play the way it is. I'm certainly abusing my rice field for the free water. But that's kind of one of those things that, like, I have free water elsewhere on the map. It's just I don't feel like driving it. It is one of those things, the price you have to spend on water normally is pretty extreme if you go and, like, build the thing on your plant. I kind of wish that, I think what I'd like to see is for, like, the windmill thing that's supposed to pump water for you, like an on-property pump. I think I'd rather, instead of having a price thing, I think it would have a limit. So it'd say, like, this has 2,000 liters of water storage, or whatever it is. And that, you know, that's how much it can make a day. Or something like that. And then you'd have, like, the canister on your property that's effectively using, like, you know, the city or county or whatever's water. And then you have to pay the premium for that. I feel like that'd be okay, so, like, it would kind of reward you for gradually filling up, and then, you know, the workaround could be you could build like 4 or 5 of them to get, you know, 10,000 liters of water a day or whatever. Because it feels really weird to build this, like, this windmill thing to pump water that you would have your own local well, which means in theory it should be effectively free. And yet you're paying out the nose for that water. And also paying an upkeep. When you could also just go to the river and just dunk the tank in there and go pull it up. But I mean, that's neither here nor there. Like, it's not a thing that bothers me in, like, in a big way, because I basically look at it as I'm just kind of cheating myself out of having to do the drive, not so much the cost, because I can already avoid the cost. If you do some plumbing with the rice field, I mean, that's the thing that being, like, in real life, is that at the greenhouse, I could just be like, hey, you're hooked up to the tap, and you just pay your monthly water for it or whatever. But it's just a choice they made with the game. I don't think it's necessarily bad. It's just weird that you build, like, you have the 2 different water sources you can build, and the one that's like a windmill that should in theory be free in real life costs like buku primo bucks. Alright, so we got like 2 more rows to do on that field, and then we got the field up here. And I got the one new field we did on the other side, the really big field. I say really big, it's 1 acre. Whereas these fields here are like 0.6 acre or whatever. Are you liking rice? I enjoy it. I do feel it's one of those crops that if I can make the workers do it efficiently, I won't mind it long term. But for doing it yourself long term, the really small width for the harvester and the really small width for the planter will likely be a limiter on it. That on like the really hard economy settings could potentially make it maybe not non-viable, but like really not worth it. You did all canola and you're waiting for the harvest season. Now you're doing contracts and greenhouses. Yeah, canola is usually pretty safe. But I feel like the rice, like maybe I'm wrong, but it doesn't seem like for the time it's as lucrative. But I think its advantage is it's relatively cheap to get into. You build the field here, and the fields that you make seem to be extremely cheap to set up. You just put them down there and all that. And instead of needing a whole range of hardware, you just basically need a cultivator of some kind, the seeder, and the harvester. And you've got everything you need to run the rice field. So it feels like its major advantage is it's very inexpensive to get into, but then the takeaway is you don't get nearly as much as you could from other crops. Now granted, we are experimenting with some stuff this time around that we didn't do last time, that we'll see how much of a difference it makes on my harvest. Will it massively increase the amount? Because with the 3 fields, I made somewhere in the area of, I think, like 15,000 or something like that from those. So I am curious if we get everything right with it, if I can bring that up to be considerably higher. And that was with putting it through production of the, making the rice rolls. Alright. So like I said, this is the field we're going to experiment with having the AI do it instead of me, and just see how it does. Like, if it'll handle it well, or if it's going to just absolutely be horrendously bad at it and time inefficient. Okay, so you're starting in the center and working your way out. That's fine. So bear with me, chat. I'm going to quickly use the restroom while this starts. I just want to see the turnaround. I'm assuming it'll go to the end and just do the back and forth, and then it'll go around the outside. Because it will stick to it. Alright, all things considered, that's not the worst. Yeah, it's nowhere near as fast as we can do it, but that's not bad. All right, well, I'm going to quickly be right back, but thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute, and I'll let you watch them build that. Yeah, so I think even on the hard economy, this would be fine. It's certainly going to cut into your pay, but I don't think this is one of those ones that sometimes with some stuff, it's just one of those things that like it'd absolutely kill your stuff. All right. You're on easy economy, so you can't complain. Yeah, no, easy economy, you can get away with some pretty egregious inefficiencies, and it's totally fine. Really the big thing that'll get you in the hard economy more than anything else is just if you hire your workers to do a whole lot of big stuff all at once, they will eat up most of your profit, and so you'll spend like the whole year planting stuff and have like $3,000-4,000 worth of profit to show for it and be like, that was not worth it. And you can even take a loss on certain crops because just the sheer inefficiency they have time-wise that they just eat up all of your revenue. And I know this is looking absolutely cursed because I usually start with the headlands first, and I'm not going to bother turning it on and off because it'll stop consuming the fertilizer and seeds when we go across that. Oh, you actually got a tornado? I still haven't seen a tornado. I mean, part of it is I'm always looking at the ground, so who knows? The ground is where the crops are. Yeah, so it's only $68. Very honestly, that would absolutely be 100% fine to do. I could still, like, if I let them do the entire field or fields, it would only cost me a couple $100 of my profit per field. So, I mean, for literally having the worker do all of this, because it'd be 2 rounds the worker does. It would do the harvester and the seeder. Realistically, I'm probably talking about losing, you know, 2,000-3,000 maybe cumulative between all of it that I would otherwise be able to potentially make. Looks like I missed a spot over here. Okay, so got one more row, and then that last section of headlands. Oh yeah, no, my understanding is the tornado will damage your crops. I also understand it's supposedly not that bad. Like, it doesn't just, like, carve a path and destroy everything. It just kind of damages where it touches down or whatever. And that's my understanding of the hail as well. It's like, okay, technically it's damaged your crops, but it's pretty minor. Okay, so you just turn around to this last section of headland. And that's all the fields we owned from last year. And then after that, I have just the one field down the hill. By the way, I wanted to ask you, what are the parameters that change the economy difficulty? It is a lot of things. The amount your crops sell for is lower, the amount your supplies cost is higher, the amount of maintenance you have to do is more and higher, the amount of gas you need is more and higher, the cost of running employees is more and higher, the amount you get from contracts is lower. I don't think they changed the price of any of the equipment, but you get the idea. Basically, everything else is worse. And you can also go through, if you don't want to do it that way, you can sit there and selectively say, all right, I don't want my workers to be, like, keep everything else the way it is, but I don't want my workers to be more expensive. You can kind of do it that way. That way, where you just do this and that are worse, and this and that are not. Yeah, so it kind of hits you in every possible direction. And none of them individually are huge hits. Like, it's not like suddenly repairing is 10 times more, but it's just a whole lot of them. Well, that's interesting. So this is supposed to be at 100% as well. We looked at it, it was 100% fertilized, but we're not seeing the mesh stuff. Interesting. It also seems to be struggling a little bit with that line, like we're getting bumped around on the terrain. Maybe I'll try and grab the terrain smooth tool after this harvest and see if that helps. It seems like the outer edge on this one's a bit wonky. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You think you'd like to try hard mode next save? You'll see. Yeah, generally speaking, like if you're a new player, I recommend playing on the easier difficulty or like at least normal, so you kind of get the very basics. But after that, I actually find hard mode to be a lot more fun than the easier modes. It's just one of those things, you just get equipment so fast, you just feel like you're handed money on easy mode. And so very quickly you just find yourself going, oh, I already have the best harvester and the best seeder and the best this. And very quickly I find I get bored of it after that, because for me it's the chase for improving and all that that's the fun part. And so the faster I get through that, the quicker the game stops being fun for me. So stuff like hard economic settings and all that drags out. And there's certainly you can put it too far where it's just like, oh, I'm just not having fun because I'm getting so little. Now, granted, the hard mode, the hard difficulty settings in this one's fine. There's our first thing of honey. I also think this field being much bigger will be less of a hassle because it'll be able to go down a row for much longer. And not have to fight. Alright. As you don't know, with the sail peaks and valleys, you find hard mode is just a slow way of getting to the final destination. Well, right. But that's the whole thing, is I like having the medium tractors serve literally any purpose at all. Solar panels break the hard mode, unfortunately. Yep. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That's the reason why I don't let myself use the solar panels and the windmills and all that. You can change the settings in the middle of the game, can't you? I believe so, if I remember correctly. I'll have to double check, but I believe you can change your settings mid-game. If not, there are ways to change it. Yeah, so you can change your economy right there. So if you got kind of burnt out, you'd be like, go ahead and change those real fast. Like that's the thing I could that's the thing I could see doing, like if we are if we get like a Survivor Man map comes out that we can do the Survivor Man challenge on, and we're like close to getting that million, I could see just knocking it over to easy, get the million knocked out real fast, and do the Survivor Man challenge, because that's a challenge I really want to be doing. It's just, until the maps come out, I can't do it yet. There's no good Survivor Man map out yet, because that requires a map that has almost nothing pre-existing on it. Just your buy, your sell point, your gas, your service, that kind of thing. Basically what No Man's Land, Calm Land, and all those were back in the day. Well, not back in the day, in 22. Alright, I'd like you to run out right around here if you don't mind. You'll run on just 2 seconds. Alright, so let's go top off. Okay. And then that'll be the last of our rice fields planted, and there'll be nothing left to do for them until it's harvest time. I was hoping I could get to pull from that last one. There we go. Yeah, so those rice greenhouses definitely get you a lot of saplings. I'm willing to bet we probably could have a whole extra field the size of the one down here, and I still probably wouldn't need another rice greenhouse. Alright. So get the last header row, and now we just gotta crisscross across the field. But yeah, and then what'll end up happening is next stream we will we'll get that next round of the temple done. I've lost track. We're on something like stage 10 now of the temple. So we're somewhere in that area. I don't remember exactly where we were. Because I know we're on our 3rd or 4th stage that we've been doing this stream, but I've lost track. Okay, it's interesting that it did queue them all up diagonally. That's fine. In the future, I might have it take the time to make sure it goes lengthwise instead. But since it already started, I just want to leave it alone. It also definitely feels like the rice is more enjoyable planting on large fields. Just there's nowhere near as much just constantly turning. Which is true of most of the crops. Most of the crops having really long fields is much more fun to work with than constant ones where you're just like switching back and forth all the time. Alright. And we'll check to see what it says for the fertilizer at the end, because this field should also be at 100% fertilizer. It was at 100% fertilizer before I started planting. So I'm curious why this one doesn't get like the crop spider webbing thing on the bottom, but the other one did. Alright. And just gonna cut across the middle, skipping back and forth each time. Fill in the gaps when we're ready. Yeah, so it seems like the main advantages of the rice is it's very cheap to set up, very cheap to operate. But the negative is maybe you don't make nearly as much money doing so. It does also make me curious. From what I did notice is with the preserving, I'm thinking what you could actually do is if we set up the grain mill, we could take the rice, make it into rice flour, then take the rice flour and turn that into noodles. And that might end up turning around to give us a lot more cash for the same amount of rice. I'll have to look into it. Right now I get a lot more mileage out of my rice rolls than the just the bags of rice. But yeah, so it probably would be worth my time to get the rice turned into flour, then put it back in the preserving thing and building that up. Which I think literally all I'm going to need to do is raise up like another 50,000, build the really crappy tiny granary, grain mill, flour mill, whatever you want to call it, and start dumping our rice in there instead and then bring it over. But I'm going to need to go and check all my numbers to see if that does make sense or not. Because we're going to definitely have some weird stuff with the economy just because this is the new game. There's going to be some stuff that'll be way stronger than it probably should be, and there's going to be some of the stuff that's pretty underwhelming. Lumber is still very lucrative. There's no question about that. The equipment's expensive as all get out, but the actual trees give you lots of money. Alright. Just sneak to look at Drongo, 88% beats. And he's been going, what, like an hour and a half or something? Or maybe actually, maybe only a half hour. Yeah. Yeah, those root crop ones will get you. They are, they're pretty rough. All right. $80 minutes in so probably an hour for 19%. Yeah. To be fair, I think he chose, like, he got, like, one of the largest fields, too. He's like, let's try this, and went for the biggest one. I am curious of how that may have impacted his impressions of the game. Because the root crops are really rough. I'm surprised that fully filled this. Alright. So we're getting close to done with all of our planting. Man, it's definitely been fun stuff. I definitely want to get more variety of crops. It has been one thing I noticed is when we were early on, we were doing a lot more different things. The spinach, the green beans, the peas, because we were trying to grab all those things for the dare drops. But now that I'm running my own farms and I don't have all those things, that's certainly been limiting for us. But yeah, no, it'll be a lot of fun to get a Survivor Man map going and all that. And it very well might be one of those things that I might genuinely, because for those who missed the beginning of the stream, I have taken the YouTube channel, I am splitting it into two so like there'll be a live channel and an edited content channel. So what's going to happen is the existing YouTube channel is going to be the live content, just because that's what I've been doing on there for like the last year. And then I will begin moving the edited content over to the other channel. That said, I don't think I'm going to bring the Project Zomboid run over, because when I say edited, that's calling that edited is being generous. But like the farm sim videos I might bring over and that kind of stuff. And we can go from there. But I do want to get one of the maps for like the Survivor Man Challenge and immediately start getting stuff uploaded to YouTube for it. Because one, I enjoy that content. Two, it can be a little tough on stream sometimes if you're really going very, very hard on it. Like really maxing it out. And then three, I think it'll be more enjoyable for when people can enjoy the live experience of being able to like chit chat back and forth with the content creator. I think that'll be good stuff. Alright. So yeah, I got probably 5 or 6 passes left to go. And then this will be done, and as we're going over, there'll be shorter passes. Because this isn't a rectangular field, it's kind of got a big chunk out of it because of where the road is. That's also another thing I like about the Survivor Man ones, is because of like all these roads, you can just be like, I don't like this road. You buy the land the road's on, and then you get rid of the road. And you move the road to where you want it for where it lines up with all your buildings. Which there's pros and cons. Like one having this like weird dirt road that you can't get rid of does kind of limit the shape you can make your farm and all that, make you have to figure out how do you want to leverage that space and whatnot versus the green field. I also know a lot of people get in the habit with like the No Man's Land style maps of just making a bunch of rectangles, which can get a little uninteresting to look at after a while. I see I missed a spot, so let's touch that up. Alright. That'll be really good news. So I really hope this turns out better. I'm hoping with this other field here, we'll be pushing around 20,000 a year from the rice alone. Which doesn't sound like much when you look at how incredibly lucrative contracts are. But that's kind of what I'm figuring, is when we go for a challenge that the contracts will be off limits. Like the proper Survivor Man, usually there are no contracts on those maps anyways, but even if there were, that the contracts would be off limits because they're just pretty powerful. But that's all challenge run stuff, you know. Don't let that shape how you'd play, because the whole point is to have fun if that's not fun for you. Because like I like things to be a lot grindier than the average person wants it. I kind of wonder if that's just the nature of games I've played historically have shaped that with me as well. Like playing games like EVE Online, where there was a certain level of grind required for every bit of movement forward, and that was back in like beta, which is so much slower than it is nowadays. Or playing Ultima Online, where sure there was some skills you could train up quickly, but there's other skills that are just really, really slow building and all that. There's just so many games I've played where there's like a very slow pacing to so many things. Classic World of Warcraft, that was another one that was a very slow burn. RuneScape, I never got into RuneScape. I've had a lot of people bring that up, and it does sound like the kind of game of, had I played it, probably would be one that could be a total life and time vampire for me. But it was just, I was into other games at the time and never got back around to it. Because I feel for like a lot of people, you either spend your time in RuneScape or Ultima Online or EverQuest, or there's like a couple other games of that nature at the same time. But for most people, they couldn't really do multiple of them. The time demands in each one was just too high to you know, do the different ones. We got our 2 last stripes, and that'll be all of our rice planted. Yeah, I do think we can get away with making our worker do this in the future. If I've got something else worth doing at the same time. I could turn the worker loose on these fields and just run on down, you know, weed a field, you know, cultivate a field, whatever else I could be working on, doing temple stuff. Assuming the temple isn't done by the time we need to plant again, which is a very real possibility. Probably Ultima. You think you chose RuneScape over it? Yeah. Well, I do feel like it was one of those ones that all around that same time, you had Ultima, EverQuest, RuneScape were all kind of in their big heyday around the same time. So it was very much one of those ones that usually played whatever you and your friends were into of the 3 of them. And I had friends who were into Ultima Online, which got me into Ultima Online. So run over here and get you all set up so that next season you're all ready to rock and roll. We're going to take a peek at that large field and just kind of see where it is at so far as fertilizer goes. Or not, fertilizer, because it was at 100%, then we started planting. And those ones all got like that weird spider webbiness when they hit 100%, but the other one didn't. And I'm curious to why. And meanwhile, I can pull you around, because you won't be needed till next year. So let's go peek at this field down here. And just see what it says for its fertilizer percent. Yeah, no, it says 100%. Okay, I don't know. Let's just compare it to the field over here, just because. Alright, we'll worry about that later. So let's see. So we've got all that set up. Let's check our production lines, make sure everything's fine with our production lines. You're good, you're fine, you're fine. You're good, and the sawmill. So what's going to happen here, chat, is I am going to manually save the game real fast. Because we are going to be wrapping up, but don't go anywhere, because we're going to go find someone for us to raid. In the meantime, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and all that good stuff, don't forget to drop a follow, that we can find our way back here on the channel. If you are watching over on YouTube, just as a heads up, the stream will be ending abruptly because there is no such thing as raiding over there that I'm aware of. My understanding is there actually is, and I need to look into it. But that's just the thing I got to figure out. But thank you so much, and I do hope if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you'll subscribe over there. Meanwhile, for all of this over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. I'm going to go ahead and